welcome to anybody watching. About to get this show on the road. It's an interesting setup at the front and in the back. It's not lost on me that the bass drums could be considered dots too. Okay, take a note of that. right, basses. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Really like pearl. Okay. What's going on, Sean? And everybody else is in? Yeah, in here for the long haul. For my snacks. Carry me through. Ow. Listen here. Yeah, we're gonna get some content today, I'm sure. Um, I've had a conversation with Brad. Um, it's it's not what you hear typically. Like sounds like a normal dude. Um, real cool dude. It was really cool getting to talk to him. All right, Brownsburg. Glad the crowd responded with that too. You always take a risk when you do moments like that in the show. Yeah, we're just on the second group, Matt and Becky. Mm, that's tough. Yeah, with the cat, he does like okay. So it's funny. I could be here by myself, not doing anything, can give him all the attention that I want, and he doesn't want anything to do with me. But as soon as I hop on to do the podcast, or like if we have to do like if I have to Zoom teach for a non-traditional day at school, or I have to like do a Zoom meeting or something like that, he is instantly around and in my lap like he is right now. So I don't know. Maybe he just likes the sound of my voice. Maybe I don't know because he can't hear anything else. Like especially if I have my earphones in, all my sounds coming through here. So the only thing that he is literally hearing is the sound of my voice. But he's a good cat. Jesus. Oh, I know that number. When they say you at 2 minutes, that means there might be a problem somewhere. There we go. All right, they got sound now. Hmm. That was a nice moment for the snares and drum set. Good for you, bassist. Okay, cymbals. They threw that way up in there. Nice job, Dormy. Hmm. No time. God dog.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello?
I'm here. Are you here?
You hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you good?
Are you good?
I'm fine.
Okay. Cannot hear? Okay. I wonder if this will make a difference. Did you already start the live?
I've been live for like 36 minutes.
Okay. Don't
I
worry,
told you
y'all.
I'll start at 4.
Don't worry.
I asked you, do you want to start at 4? You like,
Hey,
yeah.
I said, and you know what? I don't even know if this is gonna work. You still hear me?
Yep.
Oh,
Can you still hear me?
okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Let's see if this works for a little bit.
It works.
Huh?
I said it works. Your mic
It's tough
quality.
hearing you though.
Yeah.
You said the mic quality is bad?
Yeah, but it's not bad enough to where, you know, it should make a difference.
Let's see.
We ain't professionals over here. We're just
Clearly not. Clearly not on any level.
You watching Pulse now?
I'm watching Pulse.
Oh my God, you're so far.
Wait, what?
I'm watching Broken Arrow. I'm not watching Pulse.
I was about to be like, what am I missing? Cedric, this ain't the time for jokes. I was kidding. I watched this yesterday because I hadn't seen it. Well, I mean Thursday.
I listened to it, but I didn't watch it.
All right, I don't like it. Brian, I wouldn't know how to act with 7 marimbas.
Listen. I'm writing the longest split ever.
Listen, y'all gonna get tired of me. I'm splitting the whole show.
That was interesting. Nice little flat feature.
You did what?
I said that was a nice little flat feature.
See, you more quiet today than you was last time for me.
I'm not talking loud. Is this better?
Not really.
Not really.
I think it's
no. I
it
know
might,
what mine is. My mic. It's running. It's running through my camera mic instead of my actual microphone.
oh
So pretty sure. Because
yeah, it do sound like a cam
and the
mic.
only way I can reset it is if I restart the recording.
Sean, you talking about the vibraphone? The glockenspiel will probably be what the kid in the middle is playing right now, where he was before he switched to the Cortalis. But the glockenspiel basically it is its own instrument, but you know, it's part of the mallet keyboard-ish family. My favorite is a Glock with a pedal. Yeah, that roll was nice.
It's like a little mobile.
Yeah.
And when they ask what prize I treasure most, what legacy I cherish, I say from the heart, the passion and art. That's the gift that you gave.
Yeah, Sean, back in the day, they used to march uh, gallows and glockenspiels and stuff.
Okay, yeah. My camera mic's a little more subdued.
No appliances. Experts guide you to savings, like $1,000 a Samsung induction range. A KitchenAid dishwasher for only $849.
Well, hello, Chris.
Finance is available. And let our appliance experts help you find the perfect barbecue for your ultimate backyard setup. Great products, great prices, expert service. Box stores can't compete. Talk to an appliance expert at your hometown appliance store for over 85 years. Jen Black.
Pam's Petwear is the official merchandise provider for WGI Sport of the Arts. Official World Championship t-shirts, patches, pins, and a whole lot more can be purchased right here at the arena at the Petwear booth or ordered online. So make sure that you check out the Petwear booth right here at the spectator entrance or shop online at our website at wgi.org/shop.
Chris, you stupid.
What do you say? Chris, you know what? Hey, Sean, ain't nothing wrong with it. Because of that, you probably read really, really well and like understand a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't understand.
Roswell High School.
Vocabulary is probably really strong.
What do you say?
He was talking about where the root words of, and I think it's called the etymology of
Yeah.
where words came from. So he was talking about how Marimba Swahili and Xylophone's Greek and all that stuff. Let's say he said his plane landed at what, 5? You got
Yeah, I
there
think
early.
so. Tell him to stream on the plane.
Okay. Sir, what are you doing? Don't mind your business.
Don't you worry about what's happening over here.
Once again, welcome to everybody that's in watching. It's a celebration. Because I'm going to be bored for the next 3 months until DCI gets here. Actually, I won't be bored because I got to start writing these shows.
Yeah, I'm about to say, better go and jump on that joint.
Yep.
Go and get it out,
Yeah. I
and
don't know
hope
which.
that some certain school shall be unnamed don't do to you like they did me.
Um, Welcome to the real world. Okay. Oh, you already know what they gotta play.
WGI the
They better
Arms
play it.
present Boswell High School.
They might. Okay. Ooh, I like these drums.
So you do or you don't.
I do.
Uh,
That was good. I wonder who trained these groups with their body stuff, man.
I would not be surprised if it wasn't like a color guard person, or they.
I know who
I,
does pulses.
I think a lot of people are starting to bring in like actual like dance people.
No, yeah, literally. Yeah, Sean, it's gonna always lag. 9 times 10, I'm probably gonna be the one behind. Mm-mm. Like, wait a minute. What the show this turning into?
It's not taboo.
Taboo.
You will never see another one of those again.
Ever. I guarantee it. So that's a window?
I guess. They're drumming clean.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the body stuff is good.
Mm-hmm. It's a very polished product.
Yeah. I'm trying to. I'm trying to. Alex, you be lucky if it stays. Last time we did this, mine jumped ahead of Cedric somehow. I didn't get that.
Raffle is well underway here for the 2025 WGI World Championship. We need your help.
Yeah, Sean. That's why I like A-class groups because I mean I'm coming from a smaller program, so like I understand like when they just go after it, like whether it's fast drill or when I was playing a bunch of notes or whatever it is, you know, I can appreciate it for what it is because they're just trying to get after it.
It's the development of the school.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have our share of moments of fast drill.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. We did some drill. I was like, what am I doing?
Exactly. And by the time you figure that out, it was already championship. So
Yeah,
it's like, well,
yeah. Well,
here we are. Needed to know this like 3 months ago. But
yep. What up, Brad?
Big Brian. Trying to get Brian to move up here too.
Brian got a whole family, don't he?
Bring the family here. I don't really care.
That's a little tougher, I think.
Bro, we was all on the same staff.
Brian, like you trying to babysit?
Bring them to rehearsal. The kids can babysit them.
This is true. They would. They so would.
Ooh, is this that group?
Oh.
Yep.
This is the hero show, right?
Yeah, when I was telling you that.
You told me about a lot of shows.
Yeah. Yep. All season.
I think I watched this one, but I don't remember a whole lot about it, so it's okay.
He said he just got the wife. They ain't got no kids. See, even better. You ain't got no kids. All y'all can come on up. It's only down the street.
Listen, I thought about it, not moving to Seattle, but throw that out there. Boy, I have a bunch. Anyway, but I was like, man, if I just had the resources to start a marching A independent group with what I know now,
I'd have been done it.
With what I know now, I think we could be competitive in independent A.
I already tried
There's
once.
there's enough talent in the area. And honestly, because you know me, I ball on a budget. I would just need a steady rehearsal spot and then just instruments. Like if I could just get a sponsor to be like, all right, here's a line, here's some boards, have at it.
How your school just have this many kids, bro, and equipment? It's like
WGI's
it's like it's like checking somebody's birth certificate. We want to check these guys' bank accounts because something ain't right. I don't feel like your band room should be able to hold that much equipment. Where y'all putting it?
Have you seen like a proper band hall?
Yeah, exactly. I know.
There's a reason why they call them band halls and not band
I know.
rooms.
I know.
You better run, girl. Or boy, I don't know who you are. You better run, whoever you are. Okay, basis.
It's like for some reason, any other year, this be top five.
So much of it is right year, right show.
Mm-hmm.
How, how you just get punked in front of 1,000 people?
I'm right. First of all, I'll be filing a lawsuit.
I'm walking off the floor.
See, said Brian said they down to come do it.
Right?
It's all up to you now.
He-
No pressure.
What I got to do with anything? This is the first front that's really caught my attention tonight. From a playing standpoint.
Yeah.
I said you talking about 7 members earlier. They said with 9. If I count it right.
It's 8 with the Glock or
8
Zalo.
at 8 with a Zalo.
Oh, one of the lights don't work.
It's finals.
Yeah, makes sense. That sucks. Two of the lights don't work. One on the prop and one on the prop on the floor. The whole staff back there like,
Yeah, you know what? They can't do anything about it because they can't control lights. It's all kids.
are we watching the Winds finals? I'll probably check it out tomorrow, but we won't stream it now.
Nah, I'm gonna need to recover. I need to get ready for school on Sunday. I mean Monday. We've been on spring break, and my body knows it.
Feel like they should have left this out. The wind instruments. It ain't doing y'all no favors.
Yeah, just because you can don't mean you should.
A lot of times.
Oh, I thought he said Ancient Zero. What was I listening to? Is it Faded Heroes?
Indiana and WGI Percussion's Elastic World. They're under the direction of Josh Torrance. Are you still wearing regular pants? Why? You can wear new Skechers slip-ins. They have a stretchy elastic waistband, so it's easy just to slip on. And they stay up. Don't even need a belt. Plus, Skechers slip-ins are breathable and flexible, so they fit everybody. New Skechers slip-in.
We care for aging loved ones. We really take the inspections. We plan a celebration of life before
Let's see here.
each other while we take care of all the details. We're doing us at Dignity Memorial.
Built for you.
I'm not anti-wind. I mean, I've used wind. I used it last year. We had a flute
Yeah.
player. But it has to me, for me, it's
Got to make sense.
yeah.
And it has to flow with whatever you're doing, and concept wise blend well. It's not, and it doesn't look like something you just did it because you thought it would be cool or something like that. Like give it a specific purpose. Like it would have made sense if it was a arrangement that was based solely on that instrument. Like you got a lot of flute players now these days and stuff, or violinists and stuff like that. But sometimes, man, like I associate that song with Short Circuit anyways. So every time I hear it, I see that movie. And none of that movie requires you to have a, what was that, a Barry sax?
it
I don't need a Barry sax during that
yeah,
song. You see what I'm saying?
like I said, it's not. It's just how you use it. Like it did. I don't think that added anything
Mm-mm.
to what they were trying to accomplish. I think they could have sketched that out in the front ensemble and still got what they needed to
They
out
should
of
have
it.
put it in the synth,
I
like a
something
big synth moment or something.
because I'll have wind kids all the time like, can you write me a wind part? And I'll tell them I say, the only way I'm writing you a wind part is if you are playing it at an all state caliber level. So like it's gotta be applause worthy. Like they have to applause at the end of it. Like it has to be that good. So I've only ever used it twice. I've only ever used, and it's flute players. Both times it's been flute players.
Brian, I did. I'm pretty sure you saw my Snapchat. Boy, I was hollering. This I seen them horses coming. I said, "What is happening?" It had to been my favorite A show. I was like, I like this. I was like, it ain't the best plan or whatever, but I don't know where y'all got these horse costumes from, but I was rolling. I was like, yeah. Now I see, because I think ED was third or something like that.
I think they were third.
I see why. Visually, they was appealing, and they play. I ain't saying they didn't play at all, but what they played was clean. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been there anyways. But visually, they was clean, even with what they were doing. But just to do that was pretty funny. I gave kudos to that staff because I was like, y'all got me. Mm. I was the same way, Brian, man.
Okay, tenors. If I were to close my eyes, I would think this is like an open class broken city.
Yeah, yeah. And out of Texas, out of that.
Hmm. And I'm not saying they're open class. I'm saying if Broken City had like a feeder group.
Mm-hmm. Mm. I need like a hair softer mallet on the Zalo. Ah, come on, Snares.
I know this tenor line got me together though.
Yeah, the tail line cooking. I know you heard this Zalo. Boy, them cold attacks is tough. They're like literally trying to be broken.
I'm telling you. Like somebody from that design team must
They gotta be.
help design that.
Cause it ain't that far fetched from somebody from Texas and Cali, you know what I'm saying? These high schools, man, what they don't understand, bro, is when you play like that, you leave yourself exposed the whole show, and you leave zero room for dirt. So your confidence in your kids better be high. Come on, top base.
Mm.
Bro, she pushed that prop at the end and it fell over.
Boy,
I would have cried.
you got this soft moment. Boom.
The whole staff like, bro, a lot of times I'll be wanting to see the staff more than I do the group. When you know something going on, somebody needs to put a camera on staff, people. Seeing this DCI commercial, they should do that for DCI. Like have a separate camera specific for the staff
Yeah.
and their reactions.
From the World Championship. So make sure to get your
Clear, bro.
I knew you was about to go off. As soon as I'm like, uh-oh. Let me turn him down real quick. I would say this set design is very nice.
I love it.
Very demure, very mindful.
All of that. It ain't too much. It ain't hurting me.
No.
And it's so well designed. Whatever material, fabric, uh, graphic design, all that. Look at old Don Click. Oh, Don got the suit on, don't he? Dog, I bet he happier that he ain't, running or head of Mystique and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And all he gotta do is worry about front ensembles now. People be not understanding the lesser stressor of percussion is the front ensemble
Yeah.
to the battery.
That's why I always let you handle it. I was like, man, you know what? He got it.
Cause them boy, God dang that kid.
And we only had 8 and 8.
Yeah.
Turn it down. All the staff.
Listen.
Can I get just one person? Jesus.
Each kid got their own staff member.
Yeah.
Don, sit down. Hell. They got it.
He's like, that speaker is at 89.3 degrees. I need
it. I guarantee you, he done walked through and kicked all the wheels straight. Clearbook adapts that Mystique look.
I hope they're not having electronic issues again.
Man. Let them have it.
You might be ahead of me now.
Am I?
Slightly. You're about a half a second ahead of me. It's all good.
I hope they get the words right. It's been Russian. You hear it?
Mm-hmm.
That was slightly off. It's like y'all know that don't line up right.
I saw you stick toss in the front.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Ah, come on, Smith.
I felt like they should have changed the color on those a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That gives me Mystique Seven Deadly Sin vibes. The ending.
Yeah, yeah. I like it. I
Yeah.
don't get it, but I like it.
The only thing I get is it's supposed to be a portal
Mm.
into a different world, probably like aliens, monsters, or something like that. I mean, I don't know. I think they're I think they're using a lot of imagination instead of literalness.
Hmm.
Alex, what's crazy is probably that bottom base is probably only a 26.
Ooh, this top seven. Good God Almighty. When did you ever think you would hear that? Darkness right
Literally,
after a break.
literally, and they gotta know. And I feel like they might have had a clue. I think they know that they're always going to be able to design.
Mhm.
Man, they got I don't know what to tell them. You know, this ain't the late '90s no more. This ain't early 2000s no more. Hey, it
Jesus.
am I wrong?
You're not wrong.
Because I'm talking about back in the day, it was them Center Grove and Centerville fighting for top three. Biff, what is that? Sean, what
Oh,
is BBIF?
be back in a few.
Oh, I was like, I don't understand you young kids and your acronyms.
Uh, that was, I mean, I guess I could be completely wrong, but I think that's what it means. I ain't gonna lie, that's the first time I've seen that one.
See, ain't nobody ever said that.
I mean, people have said be back in a few, but I've never seen it acronym, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a good acronym. I might use that myself.
2013. Yeah, that sound about right. You know, Tom and them, they ain't gonna take this lightly.
No, no.
They're not gonna take it lightly. They're gonna come back next year with some
Them,
craziness.
Avon either. Chino
Oh
either.
yeah. They all finna be mad.
If you're in world class next year, just
Dude, I'm telling you.
you're sitting in fifth. Just you're shooting for fifth or sixth. Like because ain't none of them three just about to nah.
And see, that's why I said Chino lucky Vista didn't come. Because they tapped him in the circuit.
Mm-hmm.
Chino be looking at that fifth spot. Number 5th.
But I'll tell you though, like I was watching concert class and I was kind of paying attention to open. And I've seen it before. At that Mid-East regional, like first of all, that Kiski area group didn't even go to Worlds. I don't think. Or maybe they did. I don't remember watching them. That order basically flipped.
I believe
it. I like every year because the first year we were open, we went against Pentafford in that regional and we beat them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. And then we get the finals and they tit tat 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 but and I was like, what did they do? What did we not do to get it? And it did it again. It did it again. Campbell County was fourth. They were fourth for that regional and ended up medaling. So it's. I mean,
it's gotta be. It's gotta be the idea of seeing each other back to back. It has to be like the main thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because let's say you happen to be a judge that judged Indianapolis, Atlanta, or something like that, and you're on the same panel for Worlds, and you've seen that group then, but now you saw that group, and then Ayala went on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm just throwing randoms out there, but you saw that group, you know, it's like, oh yeah. But then Ayala went on, and then and it's like you get them all bunched up, and you're like, God damn. When you actually see it back to back, were they? Because that's why I sent you that message about Fishers. I was like, man,
no,
I really hope they give it. Huh?
Well, I told you how they lost.
Yeah, I seen the message. Yeah, you sent. That's why I said there. From now on, it's gonna be called Getting Rhythm Mixed. Because that is insane, bro. I was like, come on, y'all.
And then that Kiski area group didn't even go to Worlds.
Yeah.
But the Tomble, that show that I liked from open class, they would have won. They had a 0.8 penalty.
You got him out from put him in second.
Yep.
Hey, that's tough.
I was talking to Jen about it yesterday. I said that is my worst fear.
If there is anything, because imagine if the roles were reversed and that's why X lost last year.
Mm-hmm.
Them pills are worse to swallow, man, than getting ganked by a judge.
Yeah, when it's something you can control. That's what dude, I was so glad that we got that penalty in prelims.
Mm.
So glad we got
Because
that
they would have
penalty in
chopped y'all
prelims.
to bits.
That would have been it.
Y'all have been chopped. It'd been a wrap. You might as well go on. You might as well have packed it up and sent the truck home after that first performance. All right, y'all. Oh yeah, that regional would have saved you.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it did, but I'm just saying.
No. Like, well, I was just glad we got caught in prelims. I say get caught. We weren't trying to not do the right thing.
No, I got you.
But I'm glad they
I
caught
mean,
it.
hell, who would have knew?
I-
There's certain things, man. It's just like, come on, y'all. How the hell how the hell, even if you do read the rule books and stuff, like, I mean, half the rules we got now is Rhythm X fault anyway. It's like, what you mean? I don't know.
Listen. I'm still trying to figure out how Matrix is getting away with all this damn saying.
They already, because the soon as they did it, I said, Matrix, they already got y'all for that paint.
Yeah.
What are we doing with the say? And I thought, who was it? Atlanta Quest?
Mm-hmm.
They had the sand in them boxes or something.
I remember that shit.
And they were like, I don't, was it Atlanta Quest?
It was somebody in SCGC, wasn't it?
No, I'm talking about recently.
Oh, recently? I don't know. Sand has been used a few times.
Yeah, and somebody, I thought it was Atlanta Quest. Somebody did a show, a whole lot of sand and boxes everywhere. And I would have thought that they would have learned from them. Because I'm pretty sure they got a penalty for it somewhere because it went through the floor.
Oh, yeah. If you got a hole in your floor,
it's a wrap. They're going to kill you for it. Because now they got to sweep it. And then how you going to sweep it? You can't just sweep it across the floor. You're going to spread it. So I'm wondering if it's really not sand and it's some kind of mesh Play-Doh substance. You know what I mean? Like kids have.
Yeah.
It's not really sand, but it has enough texture to
sand adjacent.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, they make stuff like that. It's not really sand, but
kinetic sand.
Something like that. Yeah. I don't know, because I would have been like, man, because first of all, my whole thing would have been, okay, we got to march on top of this.
That part.
So immediately, my brain would have been like, yeah, no, we're not marching. We're not putting sand on the floor. The hell? So it makes me wonder what kind of material, is it actually real sand or is it something different to where it doesn't have a slip effect? Because you already know that tarp is slick. Alex said X is the reason why there's no regional at WKU.
That's the rumor.
I heard that before too. I know what they did. X been jacking a whole lot of stuff up for WGI.
You know, but here's the thing. It's been a minute. Like, this X ain't the X.
No, it ain't. And they learned. I think they had a bunch of knuckleheads in it. And then they tightened that up. Now the crazy thing about it is, as much as I don't even want to admit it, RCC can't even sneeze today.
No.
I think if RCC do anything, that might be a slip up. X gonna catch them in like a 0.0 something.
Yeah, I would have liked to see that recap from yesterday.
That's what I wanted to see, because I'm trying to figure out what the hell are they only like point something from beating RCC right now. The only thing that makes sense to me is RCC tanked in the caption. Because if I'm mistaken, the caption that they've been having the roughest time with, I think, is music. I think it might be visual because they ain't got no floor.
Yep. Mm. You can't even tell with them. They do what they do so well.
No, go back.
Shoot. I need to go ahead and put this rice in this rice cooker. Make me some orange chicken tonight.
Hmm.
So probably need to go ahead and put this rice in the rice cooker. I'll make some orange chicken tonight.
Dog, I just made a street corn
Mm-hmm.
and potato salad. I ain't never made potato salad before,
Put raisins in it.
but I just wanted to swim in mine.
Oh, I don't think
Like
you
if
should
I
be able
could
to do
swim in
that.
this, I probably would.
I don't think that's good. I don't.
It's-
I don't eat potato salad, but I don't think that's the thing you should do. I almost brought the stuff to make that churro cheesecake that you sent in the Twitter.
See, and I'd have been hot.
I'm gonna
Like
make
you
it.
mother.
I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna take pictures of it. I might make a video. I'm gonna do all the things.
See?
Well, you can make that. You could make that.
I
Why do
probably
you
could.
want? I'm gonna say, why do you want me to make that? That's easy. You're literally mixing the cheese. The hard thing is the cheesecake mix, and that's not hard. It's like box of cream cheese, a couple of eggs, vanilla, and sugar. That's it. Like that's literally something that you can do. You've made much, 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 much harder.
Lazy.
Bacon is so easy. What do you do? It's sit it and forget it. Once you have the ingredients mixed up, it's good. You can't mess it up unless you don't know how to read.
I got 2 things of bread that I still ain't made because I don't feel like needing.
Oh my God. Get a bowl.
You know how expensive them things is?
And
What you mean, Aunt?
I, if you use it, I'll use mine. That's probably the best purchase I have made was that mixing bowl. That and the food processor. I didn't really know how much a food processor would change my life.
When I get the funds together, I get one.
Do 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 do. See what else happened with these skulls, man. So wins groups are guaranteed 2 runs.
Mm-hmm.
Dang, Davis got dog. They finna win. Golly, Avon,
Mm-mm.
Jesus,
The what?
Avon.
They finally put scores up?
Yeah,
I've been looking. I'm like, bitch, where the win scores at?
yeah, they up.
Oh my gosh. I swear WGI always doing something with the website. Leave it alone,
somebody,
bro.
somebody was like, "This would be more efficient." And no,
Jacking it up, dog. Avon should be banned.
Avon, you got to compete. Your wins group got to compete in percussion world class. Like that's
Like literally. Like what?
against your own group, against your percussion group.
They probably win that. They are open.
Brian, I asked him that too. He didn't say nothing, which means I think he did.
Hmm? What? Oh, I didn't see it. Ah, the thing's stupid. Brian, don't nobody put no raisins in no potatoes down. Come on, some raisins. I would never blaspheme like that. I don't even have raisins in this house.
Can
They
you
don't get.
make that
They
word?
don't. They don't leave the grocery store. They need to stay on the farm. Don't even dry out grapes, nothing like. Just leave them. Man, I ain't had raisins by itself and I don't know when, dog. At least since I've been a kid. I lied. You know what? You know where I would eat raisins? In them little mixed trail mix packs. Look at you. See? Don't make me go get mine. Don't make me go get mine. Yeah. Sure. That's as far as it's gonna go. And that's only because you got nuts and sometimes M&Ms or cashews and stuff all up in it. About some raisins in the potato, man.
You go back. All right, I put like 3 in there. I put like 3.
The blasphemy.
All right, Darman.
That's what I was about to say. All right, Darman. Them snares high, boy.
I was thinking the same thing yesterday when I watched it.
Now it's that ain't it. I can't even give props to the solo, man. Girl, quit slamming the door.
I know, you broke it. Was that coat supposed to fall like that?
This was funny.
Mm-hmm.
So are those spoons?
I can't see, but I think so.
I could never tell. It's like the only thing I can give justice for them doing that. Jaw. Fastest base turn in history.
So, oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you do?
Uh,
He said, not that. Hmm.
okay. All right. I'll be right back.
All right.
Raffle is well underway here at the 2025 World Championships, and we still need your help. The jackpot is currently over $600. One lucky winner will take it all home tonight.
600. Man, the color guard got it to like 6,000.
You get your ticket today. That way you can walk out of here tonight. World Championships with some cold hard cash in your pocket.
If that tell you anything. Nah, Brian, it ain't. Some of us think maybe they hit a rebuilding year or something, maybe. They probably got training to do or something. I don't know. They still designed very well, but is Tom leaving them? If you've heard something, I don't know. I have not heard anything. In my opinion, I don't think Tom should, but at the way things have been going these days, man, it wouldn't even shock me. Dartmouth and the Winds, I think they felt like they needed to have the wins for the numbers and just the overall feel of, especially the battery on the group. Because if you think about it, like the battery was small enough that they're changing off instruments. At the one point they had the 6 basses and the 3 tenors, but if I'm not mistaken, is this might be the third show, maybe the third show that Dartmouth has had wins in it as well. Sometimes, man, that stuff's only gonna get you so far if you keep doing it. Yeah, it's been a minute. They've been using wins for a minute. And it's just like any other group, man. We use the same gimmick over and over and over and over. At some point, bro, folks ain't gonna gravitate to it the right way. And it's tough knowing that there is a whole wins division, but groups are still using wins. But it's okay. Like I said, like depending on the show design. Like right now, you got a violinist out there for Arcadia, and that's fine. If imagine the violinist being a flute player, it probably would have been fine too. But it's like, man, when you become reliant on that, you're kind of playing with fire a little bit. Yeah, Matrix is a big problem with it. Matrix, we've said for a long time, Matrix needs to stop moving the keyboards. It is okay, Matrix, if they are up front. Just leave them up front, bro. But Matrix also is heavy on the lights and the flashy stuff now. They did it 1 year. And I think it was so amazing to everybody because there was so much of it. And I think in general, I think it's cool how they do it, but they got to start putting more work into actually playing and not as much into the visual aspect. But I think they're scared to do that because I think they know that the visual aspect is what's keeping them here. It's keeping them in the top a lot. Because if you really think about it, yeah, this is, I told Sage a while back, I think this is the second year Matrix has tried to do that whole hype ending section because they did it last year where they're all in that arc in the front and they come back and they're just doing slams over and over and it gets slower and slower. And it's like, come on, Matrix. Come on. But Matrix, if you think about it, think about it. Look what happened to Strike Percussion. Strike Percussion was making finals over and over and over, but why? Look at the package deal they had. They were the first group to ever bring a whole entire plane on the floor. Who gonna do that? But the problem was that Strike couldn't play. I'm not gonna say that they couldn't play. Let me rephrase. I'll say they just can't play clean enough to keep them in the top rankings or in finals with music alone. So the playing suffered. Now you take all that stuff away from Matrix, what you think gonna happen to them? They're gonna be like Atlanta Quest. Atlanta Quest for a while dropped out the rankings and they totally dropped out of finals. Then they came back. It's just like Blue Knights. Blue Knights got back in the final one time and ain't seen it since.
Matrix has
So
always
it's
been
like,
that. Um,
huh?
Matrix has always been the innovators as far as
Yeah.
like GE. I mean, they were that when we were marching. If you think about it, they were always doing the electric type, anything that looked technology
Mm-hmm.
or stuff like that. They, I think this year that we marched um, against them, they did like a grid show or something.
Yeah.
I
I
think
vaguely
so.
remember that.
It's either that year or the year after. So they've always been like, as soon as like technology was like being allowed,
Right.
they jumped on it.
They've been on board. And I hate to say it, it's a little bit like Mystique as well. It's like, because I think it's also tough because once you put your foot into that and then you start hiring people for it, it it puts you in I don't even know the word for it
It locks
because
you into a personality.
yeah, because now it's like if you don't use it, do you need the person you hired to be on staff now? It's like, what do you do? And so each year you're constantly trying to find some kind of balance between it, but at the same time, you're kind of hurting yourself.
Did somebody crash early?
Sounded like it. Yeah, the violin does give off a woodwind vibe sometimes. Because I think I saw their show one time and I was like, why am I hearing a flute or something? and it was just the violin. Girl, you can't start a crescendo at 12 inches. I saw that. You see the marimba player? You know that last run was a crescendo, right? You can't start a crescendo up here. It had to be.
That's why. That's why I make it a rule. Crescendo does not mean get louder. Crescendo
No.
means start softer. It is. It is a. I have told kids if I ever ask you that question and you tell me the answer is get louder, I will throw you through the wall. I said if anybody else asks you that question, you say get louder.
Right.
But when I ask you that,
Because you can't. Sometimes when you got runs like that are very predominant and they theoretically should be in your face, at some point you still got to shape it.
mhm,
Because you can't just run all them notes, 8 bars or however many bars it is, and it ain't going nowhere. Nah. Hell, even X shapes their run. Mystique do. You ever had sparkling water?
me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause this ain't no soda. This is like you probably can't see it. You see that?
Yeah, it says sparkling white tea.
Yeah.
Trader Joe's.
Pomegranate.
Pomegranate. Why would I not be able to see that? It's basically in my living room. Like what? I could probably take a sip of it right now.
If you want to.
All right, guys, that was the podcast for today. I hope you enjoyed.
Everybody said pause.
Yeah, well, wait a minute.
Wait a minute. What y'all got going on?
This is why we have to
One
be
drink to
thousands.
another.
Yeah, this is why we have to be thousands of miles apart.
That's why I told Brian, come on up here with you so we can go and get this group
Oh
started.
my god! Why are you trying to blow up WGI right now?
Like how we get kicked out of Washington?
The whole state.
How y'all get kicked out? Listen. Number one, they got tired of us winning.
I'm like, you ever gonna get our A class? Nope.
If Sparkman can do it, if Victor J can do it,
Yeah, I'm wondering when Victor J's gonna make that leap to world.
like don't get out,
They've
bro.
been in open for a minute.
Quit being scared. Y'all worse than Sparkman, man.
Brian, we would not get anything accomplished. That would be the problem. Nothing would get done of productivity. Like the kids would leave
But
us
at
like,
some, but
like,
somehow we would be dominant.
yeah.
I don't care what none of y'all say.
Like I said, man, I know so much more now.
Listen, same. I'm trying to tell you. That's why I was so sick to death when my last year at Russell got cut. Dog, I was on to something. He cut that short. Oh, I was so hot. I need I I really need to talk to the staff of Avon. Like first of all, where did you go? And you saw this and was like, bruh, this is our next show. Who y'all get scaffolding? This is some stuff you see in the movie theater. Like, this is how they bring Thor down from the sky.
I'm gonna need for you.
I do like how this started.
Mhm.
Boy, that regional, boy, this whole lick was just trash.
Oh,
They cleaned
I
it
know.
up. I said, "Whoo, Jesus, Avon." Ah, come on. See, you can't even clean the buzz roll. Y'all dirtying out rolls, Avon. Come on now. You got 3 people, too many on snare.
Man said 3 people too many. That's half the snare line. Shit.
This drill set is cool though.
Yeah.
They always switch for the 4th.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like that.
I guess that's just gonna be the theme for today.
Yeah, it is.
Finish the phrase before you get to the next one. This is gonna sound weird. You can't see the string, but I wish you knew. I wish there was a way you didn't know that it was on a string.
Yeah, I got you. I think what it is how they're having to do that movement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It needs to be a way to do a movement that doesn't look like you're forcing it to go around you like that.
Yeah.
Like they probably should have watched more magician videos or something. Cause that sleight of hand stuff, man, that's tough.
That was a good moment for him.
Yeah, it was better play too. Hey, bro, who is this little kid? It's like I hope they get them like they got a Machi. You can't tell me it ain't the same.
It's a lot of the same. Difference is they didn't know how to judge it then.
Shit, they I make the case they probably still don't. That's the problem, Alex. Sometimes with an idea, something might get sacrificed for the idea. It is very tough, even in world class. Like you got a lot of independent world class groups suffering with it. Top 5 independent world class groups suffering with it. Hell, you can say the same thing for DCI too, because a lot of times you got an idea for something. At the end of the day, it's got to work musically too. But I had said this early season, mid season, somewhere around the first regional. I said, look, man, I actually like Avon show, but I said if they don't musically clean this, they're gonna get demolished. It is way too much going on for it to be this dirty. Yeah, this show good. Pretty sure I called this a while back too, and I said that I liked it. And they let that floor go and it moved.
Boy, you remember that rehearsal we was doing the bird and they shifted the whole floor on the pivot?
Oh God. Oh God.
I was
Hey.
like, uh
Yeah.
we were top 6 in visual that year.
Yeah. Insane.
We were doing all
Boy, I thought
types of
that was
stupid
my
stuff.
echo going off.
Mm.
I heard, see, all my stuff going off.
WGI's is from Centennial High School.
You're back behind me now. I don't understand how this works.
I don't either, dude. I ain't touched nothing.
Mm.
They got the speakers in the audience, don't they?
Boy. Hey, hold this.
Yeah. God dang. Yeah. That bass solo alone beat Avon.
You better not climb too far. They on it, boy.
Mm-hmm. Especially without a harness. Come on, timpani player.
Texas had a who can do the best Broken City impersonation contest this year.
Literally.
Hey, better not take another step. I'm watching.
Come on, Frank. Hold on.
Am I the only group to ever give the vibe players love?
Clearly. Dude, I've been saying it for a while. Go watch even X. Even X. Go watch X, all of these Mystique. Go watch the Vibe players. Vibes don't do nothing but hang and chill, bro. God dang, fourth base.
Mm. Okay, silent drill. We've done that before.
I was like, why y'all stealing our stuff?
we were were just ahead of our time.
Clearly.
She don't go past that third step. Yeah, tenors. Good for you.
Mm-hmm. Girl, you better have your moment.
Okay, I like that front writing right there,
Mm-hmm.
and the playing. But
Yeah. Whew.
yeah, I think they're slamming the door on Avon.
Oh, for real. It's a done deal. Mm.
Mm. Wow, that was nice.
We're gonna have to we're gonna have to purposely take a Texas trip to a band contest.
Wow, so I can be mad.
Yeah, literally. Like I want these groups, Burleson and hell, even what's his face? I forget their name. The hell is that group's name?
Man, that whole group was good, Alex. There was not a weak section in that group.
No.
Chino like, we better not breathe wrong.
Huh?
Chino like, we better not breathe wrong.
At all. Literally. Vandergrift. God, I couldn't think of their name to save my life for some reason. That's what I was thinking of. Like, I want to go to a show where all of them are in the same competition.
So you trying not to walk out the stadium?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we gonna tell the family, this is where we plan to die.
Say they usually all go to that one of those Texas regionals.
It'd be more fun to do the Texas BOA regional. Because that last one, I think I was talking to you during that. Mm-hmm. I was watching it, and because they had somebody had did a live from somebody that I follow on Instagram. One of the schools. It could have been Vandergrift, but I don't think it was them. I think it was somebody else. But one of them schools did a live during it, and they were going nuts because like groups like Vandergrift and them, they were getting beat.
Yeah.
And whatever school that kid, I can't think of who it was. They made finals and they were like losing it. But it was like one of the last BOA regionals.
Like, how you gonna make my headphones go left, right?
It's black. WGI's yards is Chino Hills School.
I wonder if he said it like that to not associate it with painted black.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Snares, what y'all doing? That's easy shit. That's hard
Mm-hmm.
on timpani.
Oh yeah.
That's hard. Alex, he may not have his uniform. And if he did have his uniform and somebody else didn't, they probably made him give up his uniform for the other person.
Who's not in uniform?
Huh?
Who's not in uniform?
Who?
I said who is not in uniform?
Oh, the sim player on the very end. He's got the pants on, but he's got a jacket on.
I do like this section visually.
Mm-hmm. I actually like the show.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
Which is typically means they're not going to do well by their standards. When I like this show,
See? Ah, come on, Snares, bro. The split shot was all right. I mean, hell, it could be clean there, I guess.
I liked how they got in that form.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, imagine if I had about 8 more people on the field on the floor.
Well, it was a show.
Uh,
Basically, Alex.
you
You know
can
what?
see it on Flow Margin. I was answering Dude's question. Flow Margin is streaming it.
Yeah. If we could get away with it, we would stream it while we watch it. But yeah, that has already been disproven that you can't do that. They tried that in BOA and it did not go very well.
Yeah, they're not.
But yeah, get flow marching. It is worth it. We say this all the time, even on the podcast that when we stream. It does seem expensive. We tell people if anything, get the yearly package. I mean, it's going to guarantee you all of the WGI shows, WGI finals, WGI regionals. It's going to do the exact same thing for you for DCI. They used to do BOA until they fell out of BOA, and now Box 5 has BOA. But sometimes you also get um, random state marching band finals as well. Flow will stream those. So doing the yearly package really is worth it considering all that you get throughout the year, basically. I just really wish they would bring back BOA somehow. But other than that, yeah, it is worth getting flow marching.
Hey, Addie. Well, the kids are here.
The kids,
Yeah,
is that you, Mr. President?
yeah.
Tell your friends and tell them friends to tell their friends.
They are actually doing a little watch party.
Are they?
Yeah,
Oh, that's right. At you said somebody's house.
yeah. They're doing it at one of our players' house.
Well, take WGI down and put us up. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
But not,
Don't do that.
or you could have two screens up like we do. I know. I know. I if I mean, I may end up leaving Will for a hot second to come pick up a plate. I don't know.
I've been liking this intro.
I do too. I was sitting here like, this is about it.
Yeah, when I first heard it, I was like, this is cool.
Mm-hmm.
God dang Texas, man.
They mad. They tired of California. It's,
They did, I swear. Mm. Come on, Mystique. I saw that symbols.
mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Okay, you're gonna move the prop and run behind it while it's moving. Somebody
Listen.
trying to get hurt.
Listen.
And they're playing match.
It's like the Texas thing, man. I feel like majority of Texas group do play match, and they killing them. They killing these notes. Come on, bases.
Okay, this prop got me hypnotized.
Like literally.
Not today.
Texas is mad as I don't know what for. They sick of it. Mm. You right. They held a contest on the best broken.
Now they playing too many notes to be Broken City. But this section right here is beautiful. Did he drop his ball? I missed that.
I think it's a mask, and I think it's
Oh,
supposed to.
They do. Okay.
Because I think I saw that one time before, and it's supposed to happen. Whew.
Hey, listen.
Buck roll boy.
Okay, basis. Jesus. Yeah, y'all can scream after that one.
Bruh. Bruh.
Jesus.
That ain't fair. Them joint says Chino who?
It's like, go ahead and take your bronze. You all right?
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Yeah. Golly. And that's the thing about it. Score's been saying, "Oh, y'all is 2 points better than that." Like, like you're sitting there thinking, like, what is 2 points? How can you get 2 points better than that? And they threw down tonight,
Yeah, they did.
which means uh Ayala finna
There's,
break 99.
I was about to say it. I was like, there's no way they can put him at 99, but
They finna do it.
ah,
That performance gonna make them do it.
just golly, man.
That's all you can say.
It is. That performance, in a sense, felt like Mystique's performance to me last year. Like it just clicked.
Mm-hmm.
Like everything just happened, bro. And if there was ever a show you wanted to do that, is this one.
Yep.
Y'all having a little bit too much fun.
Hey,
You better tighten up. I give them this. I don't know. I don't have anybody who has better body stuff in Scholastic World than Ayala this year. This whole body beginning is unnecessary.
I'm sorry,
Why?
you don't need to be this excellent.
Yeah.
Why is that okay?
But you're right. If they come out and they throw down, they ain't got no choice but to put them in 99. That's insane.
WGI's yard 6 proud.
You're back ahead of me.
Don't look at me, man.
It's weird.
You see me just sitting. Like I can't even get kids to do a rondajon.
I can't get kids to stand straight.
What you said? Mm. Come on, basis. Boy, this drill in this tight spot ain't fair. The audacity to give the visual ensemble all that space. It's like, okay, so this is what we're gonna do. The bases are like, you want us to what? Mm. And see, that locked in today. It didn't lock in yesterday.
We're giving a lesson in negative space right now.
I swear. Let me just slide into my dot. Mm. Bruh.
I just look. The concert base is basically in the audience.
Yeah.
That girl don't ruin it.
That's all she did. She said, I'm getting on this video. They're gonna stand there. Dude, these bitches go. Okay. I knew it. Boy, I thought they was gonna give us, is this better?
Does this make it better?
And just stand there, bro. Stare them down. We're gonna take this 37-point penalty.
And still win.
It's
Scholastic World Competition for the 2025 WGI Percussion World Championship Finals. We got it over.
oh, they got him stumbling over his
Yeah,
words.
he like, but that's I need a cigarette. I need a cigarette.
Uh-oh, wait a minute.
All right, Brad, you are still on the mic.
All right, I'll be back.
Right? Oh, you leave it too. I gotta put some food in them. Yeah. That was a pretty solid show. I enjoyed a lot of those groups. Um, I purposely kind of watched a few without watching a few. Um, like I listened to about all of them. Um, but there's some shows I didn't watch because I wanted to see it tonight and have a natural reaction. I was really impressed with the Texas groups. Um, really good stuff from Bridgeland and Burleson. Um, Sci-Fair even had a really good tenor line, some books. So I like Broken City, Clearbrook. Set design was really good. played well. It's my phone.
America.
What happened? What you doing? What'd you do? Put too many raisins in a potato salad?
Shut up. I would. I'd eat that shit straight up by itself. Good.
All right, my turn.
Cedric in there breaking stuff. All right. Yeah, man, I was pulling for them since the beginning. I mean, we did a perk talk on them like early season, and I I don't know which one of us. I might have suggested it to Cedric. I can't remember, but I just knew I had seen a lot video or something, and I was like, who is this? I ain't gonna lie to you, I didn't know who they were. I ain't really paid attention to them that much, but they played something, and I was like, yeah. Then we wound up watching the show and did a perk talk on it. And I was like, bruh, this needs to be in finals. It's well written. It's well designed. They added so much since that time we did it on Perk Talk.
I can see you flicker.
Oh, America.
Don't do that because I.
Immediately forget.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's easy now. Remember Moroccan. Like, first of all, what is a Moroccan?
Mm-hmm.
Where y'all get this name? Mm. And yeah, they front got hands too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, they playing.
Mm-hmm.
Whew.
that fold out from the snares.
Huh?
That fold out that they just did, the drill move to get away from the floating snares.
Hmm. Crazy.
God,
Even with that run, they may not. That's crazy.
I'm sitting here. I'm like, that's so clean, and that's not.
It's not gonna. It probably won't move.
It might not score 85. Like that's.
That's crazy.
I need them to show up at WGI.
Huh?
I'm gonna need the Atlanta Drum Academy to show up when he.
Alex, I don't know about top 10, maybe 10th, but they got a long ladder to climb. But they stay on this path. They well on their way to do it. One of these roots gonna fold. And it's gonna be the right year.
must like this show because this is the third time I've seen it.
For me, I thought they was having electronic problems. The boy was running around.
Electronic problems.
Yeah.
Could be true, man. They might be the one to take down Powell.
True. Sales setup. You got Monarch Independent on right now. After Monarch Independent, it's Rhythmic Force. Okay.
They tried to prop this for him to do that. Like, yeah, all right, you're good. That's a cool add-on.
Ooh. John, you ain't never seen nobody bowl the cymbal before? How you get your light off late? Yeah, Brian, I've had groups do it before. Get on bold vibraphones, cymbals, bold the snare drum. I was kidding. Oh, you missed the first group, Sean, unless you saw them. The first group was America.
Travel is well underway here by WGI World Championship, and we need your help. The jackpot is growing and is currently at $1,000.
1,000, yay.
At the conclusion of world-class finals, visit the booth on the for Expo Kit to get your ticket.
Y'all need to get donating. Gotta beat the color guard. I got you. Yeah. Yeah, you only missed one group, but this is the third group right here. But yeah, folks are finding ways to bow a lot of stuff and just in general create new timbre of sounds for different instruments and stuff like that. You should know this because the best group theoretically to watch to figure out, what cool sound or instrument they can make is Blue Coats. I'm actually impressed with Rhythmic Force show this year. They've come a long way, man.
WGI.
I'll say this that this is one of the better fronts that I've seen them with. Also, I think a lot that draws me to their front ensemble is that they just look good playing.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes that's a big difference. Mm.
I'm gonna need the prices to go down on one of those.
That would be cool. I want one just to have one.
Mm-hmm.
Zach, don't nobody know you.
Mhm.
We can't be letting people we don't know into the stream.
The codes in the Twitter. Let's get in there. Oh my God. What?
Yeah, go to the Twitter group. It's right there.
Like literally scroll up like 10 messages. All right, Rhythm Force.
Right.
Not mad at him. Let it quit. Yeah, I agree, Mariah. That is a really good showing for them. Did we miss the memo about sliding into our spots?
Yes.
I'm here.
All right, guys, that was the podcast for today. Thank you guys
Thank you for
coming
showing
out.
up.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it.
We will holler at you guys later.
All right.
Just come in and ruin it. Your jet lag.
Say he probably didn't hear you for all the notes that just got played. Good Lord.
I mean,
They just played for 2 minutes straight.
oh my God, there's two of you. What is happening?
Who's
I don't know.
Ah!
Oh, I figured it out.
Everybody meets Zach Twin.
Who's this?
Pal.
Hmm. I need to look at the schedule.
Well, Flo got good this year. They're putting everybody's name at the top left.
Hmm.
They
I
probably
noticed that
should have
as
been.
soon as I asked the question.
Yeah, they should have been doing that. But they'll do extra stuff for finals only or
Hmm.
whatnot.
I ain't seen anybody this year. So that I did catch who was it that went before Atlanta Quest?
Rhythmic Force.
Rhythmic Force. I did catch that before I got signed in. So I'm ready to see this George Mason show y'all been talking about.
Dog.
Present the program, let the younger self, WGI Sport of the Arts is proud to present Al Percussion.
Yeah.
There's a lot you don't. A lot I'm pretty sure you understand. Couldn't possibly
I feel like they should have did a different voice.
Yeah, it's like younger me, but that voice is really young.
Like, was this 4 years ago? What is the younger you?
It was last week.
It's like it sounds like you just came out the womb.
Woo.
Said, I don't think your volume worked. Yep, can't hear you. I didn't think I could hear you earlier. Cause you know when you lean back in that chair and it don't creak. Hey, don't go.
Does that work?
There it is.
Damn chair creak like the door to the Adams family house.
Hey, listen, dog. That chair been through some things, I swear.
You know what? I'm gonna go with the kids and watch their watch party and eat some chicken pastas if y'all gonna do this to me. No, it switched mics on me. When I restarted it, it started feeding through my regular mic. That's
Not
all
the
I got.
chair.
Man, hey, that chair be creaking, bro.
That had me weak. Ooh. That about took me out.
I can't talk. I ain't even got one, so there's that.
Y'all, come on.
Nah. What they should have done is pulled an RCC, had a little baby crawl on the floor.
Stop.
Listen, they did it.
I wish.
RCC did it.
It wasn't a wish, but
No.
he came out and drummed a hot paradiddle.
Sure did. I said, this mother. You gonna be real younger, you. I think it would have been better with an older voice. That's all I was saying. It would have made sense. Like I don't know, you picture like your grandpa or somebody sitting on a porch somewhere and just y'all are just talking.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got that old raspy voice or whatever. That would have been really good.
this damn sand.
All right. Look, y'all done left the blue stain on the floor. Matrix be making sure the stuff works before they even get out.
Yeah, like they're back behind the curtain. Make sure they set up behind the curtain. I'm like, how do you get the whole floor?
No, they have to because the TVs are literally on while they're pulling them out, like rolling out the cart.
Are those TVs in the front?
Yeah, like they were already on when they're rolling them out behind the carpet. So Matrix done figured something out, like a independent power source or something.
You said not today.
Ever.
Electronic
ever.
problems.
I don't think
never
they ever
again.
No, I don't think it's gone. I don't think they've messed up all season.
Now you say that.
It'd be the day, right?
You just, I'm going to text there right now. William just said that.
It's just like,
so if it messes up, that's on him.
It's just like NBA and college basketball announcers
jinxing
stuff.
Yep. He's shooting 100% from free throw line this year.
He never misses that shot.
They say they're like, why we gotta do a creation show the same year the brother next to us?
Listen. They only read the first 2 pages.
Oh. I'd be so mad having to clean that up every time.
Listen. You should have seen the paint year.
You said every year, hell, every rehearsal.
Oh, they got fans down there?
Yep.
Huh.
Yeah, it was Atlanta Quest said that I was talking about them sandboxes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ryan just said it.
I did it. I remember something. I like those bass heads.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's fine. trying to look. Are they barefoot?
I've been trying to find that out too. I think they got just like nude colored shoes on.
Barefoot would make sense though with the sand.
Yeah.
Make it easier to march.
Maybe it gets slippery when they're barefoot.
See, I would think it would make it wet, which make the sand grip to your feet.
They've been using these damn lights for 12 years.
They're gonna have to.
This is easy. They're gonna
Yeah.
do lights. They're gonna do.
You buy them joints, business better. Yeah, it's a little shaky. Brian said they got on shoes. It could be like a dance shoe. You know what I mean?
That's
Yeah.
what I think it is.
Like a ballet dance shoe or something.
Yeah.
I'm real curious, and I don't know nobody in Matrix staff no more.
I know somebody who I think wrote some for Matrix 2. He might know what's going on.
Yeah, because I'm just curious. Mm.
It's like as soon as they start trying to drum, it
Right.
just goes out. Everything just goes out the window. It's like too much.
There was ever a time for the speakers to get feedback, it'd be on the last note.
Oh, Jesus.
But you remember me trying to describe to you that one time about shows, and I even talked about like people in in like when they do like landscaping for their houses and stuff like that. You know how some people they put so much out there. It's like they can't
Mhm.
stop because they feel like it's never finished.
Yep.
But then you have those yards that it's like, bro, this grass is cut diagonally. It's just laid and it just works. Like that's that type of show. Like Matrix is always like that. It's like they just can't not see they out there with the brooms now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're
Ain't
about to
no
be a
way,
rule
bro.
next year. They're about to be a no sand rule.
Hell, they didn't do it when Atlanta Quest did it. They're gonna have to figure something out though, because it's gonna be the wrong group, because you do know when RCC come out, they ain't got no floor. So these groups that don't be having floors,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, that's been Matrix for like a couple years now, man. They just keep designing these shows, and it's like they
He
design
gets
them to
away
a
from
point to
him.
where it's like they keep adding so much. It's like it's too much, bro. It has.
I like this show. How's your trip, Zach? Good talk.
He didn't even hear you.
What?
I said, how was your trip?
Oh, it was good.
Smart ass.
Huh?
Smart ass.
No, it was good. Allergies about killed me
Mm,
down there. Like I already feel better being up here, but
that's saying something. 'Cause
yeah. I mean, I may just be, but yeah, I couldn't hear out of one ear. I've been so stopped up. But no, I had a good trip. All I did was sit around and eat.
That's what they for.
It's on
yeah,
vacation, man.
that's what
Nap,
you do.
read my book, and
A lot of people don't get that. Like, man, sometimes on vacation, it's cool to see sights and stuff, but it's the vacation is the nothing.
well, that's like so. They asked me like, why do I like going down there? Or well, not that they didn't want me down there, but like, what is it you like about coming down here? I said, I'm not doing anything that I wouldn't be doing at home on this break because I would just be sitting around taking naps and doing whatever. But I'm somewhere different. If I
Yeah.
was at home, I'd be sitting there thinking, oh, I need to sweep this floor or mop or do this load of
Hmm.
clothes or whatever. But when I'm somewhere else, I could like my mind can rest and relax
That's the
too.
thing. There, there,
That's what it about it.
there are all kinds of forms of vacationing.
Hmm.
Cap City, this TV ain't on. Oh no.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. It gotta work. It's not gonna work if it doesn't work.
I hope it worked. I didn't see it come on when they did the check.
Oh boy.
That's a crazy way to start a show.
Uh,
You want to listen, all right? Yeah. Zach, you know where the song's from, don't you?
The song,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to keep listening.
It must be a movie because he asked you and not me.
It is.
Mm.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't be able to tell because they arranged the mess out of it. But have you seen the movie World Z?
World War Z,
Yeah, the zombie
just
movie.
once,
Mm. It's
only
the
once.
it's basically the main theme of that song
Oh,
of
it
the
doesn't
movie.
work.
Yeah, it don't work.
Oh,
I'm serious, like, dude, y'all did the check. It was the only TV that didn't have the CC on it for Cap City.
You hear the Morse code in the back.
Yep.
When I saw this live, I was like, okay. Stupid people in the audience are like, what is list day?
yeah.
This day is that
Liste
French?
sounds Italian. That's cool how they like snuck that Morse code in there like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's on the floor too.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Sit down. I've done a show like this.
Heavy.
Yeah, we did that Beethoven show.
That was being sarcastic.
Oh, man.
Like I made y'all show reveal.
That's right.
I think Klein is doing ours.
Said Klein's doing y'all's.
I think so. I ain't killing the crown.
Man, these attacks are tough.
Mm-hmm. A lot of them.
Yeah. I think they can hold their spot over Matrix though. Right?
Thank you.
Okay, so UP already got their lights on. Damn, Ohio County, how do your score go down? Shit.
To what?
Four wins. A lot of scores went down. OCAF went down too. But now Juliet made Class A finals.
How many's in that class?
13 or 14.
Everybody been dancing when they come out.
Dude, you gotta have fun.
You
If you
got to.
don't,
If you don't, you're gonna throw up. You're so nervous.
you are.
That'd
Dog,
be me.
that championship finals run, you should have
Man,
seen me back there. I was like,
it
I
do
don't
hit
care
different.
what we do.
It be hitting different.
Like, just go out there and play some notes. Just change the show. I don't care. We're here now. Oh, this has one of my favorite drum moments.
Mm-hmm.
It's better than yesterday. How's that circle moving?
Well, they're kicking their feet down there,
See, I said that the
but I
first
don't know
time
how
I
they're
seen it.
driving it that well.
The way they move it across the floor first, that's the crazy one. Like the people on the outside have to like have their feet stable or something while the other ones are moving, so it gives that effect.
Yeah.
But the first time I seen that, boy, that blew my mind. I said, "What?"
Hey, blue coats.
hmm
And see, I like this because the song, all of the colors,
Mm-hmm.
the pretty colors or whatever, and then they got all of the colors happening. Like that. Thank you for using a song that's relevant to what's going on.
Yeah.
This shit.
This is insane. They just in this circle all hot.
Like, don't you breathe. Oh, who farted? Oh,
Yeah,
oh.
you know it happened. It had to have happened at rehearsal. Has to.
They did a better job about hiding themselves too, because yesterday I could see them in it. They're drumming today.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Let them have it. Whew. Oh yeah, they feeling it.
That was good.
They was feeling it. They was feeling it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll
Yeah,
take
they
it
lay
off.
one down.
Like, I always know when they're drumming well or they're playing well when I'm really just paying attention to the visuals.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I cannot worry about music, I'm like, okay, how are these lights working?
Yep.
What are they doing?
Caring for aging loved ones.
All right. Well, I'm about to text you 3 phrases that I think will, or that Zach will say during the George Mason show.
Wait, what?
I'm going to
You
text
got a bingo
you.
card?
Yes, I do. I have a bingo card. I have put it in the chat. Oh no, it's fine.
So 3 things that you think I'm going to say during the George
that
Mason
you
show.
might say during the George Mason show.
I don't like this. That's bad. The fact that we could probably do this for all of us.
Probably. But 2 of them are kind of the same.
I'm already trying to like go through my head what I would normally say. Yeah.
Dude, when we first saw it, we did the video on it. Couldn't believe it then, and that was early season.
He gonna be silent during the whole thing now. He ain't gonna say nothing.
He ain't gonna right.
You go like, I'm not gonna do it. Nope.
Oh, and they're after the break. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm sending it to him now. Let's see here.
So we don't know who won Scholastic World.
No.
No, they announced it all tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to sit through. And in 15th place
Mm-hmm.
with a score of 2.75. What the
Uh-uh.
hell?
Uh-uh.
Just
You need
disqualify him.
you
With the score of try again next year.
no, you get the score of go back to beginner band.
St-
You get kicked out of all of indoor.
Performing their show Lightly Row.
Listen.
Just bad.
Oh shit! I sent him to Zach. I'm dumb.
And there it is.
I won't look at it. I'll be a good sport. I won't look at it.
How you do that?
Because
just
he's the
won't look.
last. He's the last one I texted.
Oh,
I can't believe
I'll
it.
be a good sport and I won't look.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some sweets. See?
bingo!
Yeah.
I guess I win.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 10 o'clock.
You know, our commitment to members is far beyond showing up for them when things go wrong.
What is this commercial?
I don't have a commercial right now. Are you watching multicam?
Nah.
Oh, I'm on high cam.
Yeah, I got like the third commercial now.
Hmm.
Sometimes the greatest work is not rushing forward in the all-new Nissan Rogue. At the Disneyland Resort, the happiest place on earth, find all kinds of happiness. You can find so how you think. You can also find that there's the tea. Then, of course, our way to
I didn't even think of that. Too late to do all of this.
Will, what you been into?
Dealing with this business, basically.
You think they're gonna break the record tonight?
I don't know because it's a possibility because some of these other groups, just like Uniting Them, are playing a lot harder. Like there was
Yeah.
some groups in Scholastic World that did it. Like they came out and they just hammered, dog.
Hmm.
And we think that it's going to force the judges to push it. And it's a possibility Al Yala might be in a 99. But
That's crazy.
it is. If George comes out and just musically can lay it down, they're going to do everything else fine. It's going to be funny.
Mhm.
I think you're going to enjoy it. But if they musically can just hammer it, lay it down, and then everybody after them does the same, honestly, it's going to depend on who has the better run between Rhythm X and RCC. Theoretically, RCC should win it because they've been on the top all season.
Yeah.
But with Rhythm X being only a couple tenths away is crazy, but one of them could get pushed into the 99 too, which is actually insane. I
The
just
George Mason show.
did the fan favorite vote thing.
Do you
on
think this
TV.
show is the fan favorite?
Yeah, hands
Gotta
down. Hands down. And to be honest, if it's not them, then it's probably RCC. But 9 times out of 10, they're getting fan favorite. I guarantee they probably going to stand an ovation this. Or I should say, I would not be shocked if they did, because they freaking gave him a standing ovation in semifinals. The hell you get a standing ovation in semis? Ain't nobody in the audience.
Looks like some Dartmouth shit.
It literally is. It's the first thing we said when we first saw it, early season. It's exactly what they would do. But this is what you would expect if somebody from Independent World attempted something that you would see a Scholastic World group do. This is how you would do it. Listen to them.
Mm-hmm.
Look at everybody already. It's pretty genius, man. The way they did this, it's pretty genius. This is another staff meeting I would have liked to been in, just because they had to been laughing, dog. When they did, wait till you. I'm trying not to say that, but wait till you see it. Because I could just imagine, like, if all of us was trying to design this, we would be dying. Everything that any one of us would say, we would just be like, put that in too. Like,
we wouldn't have got shit done.
Nothing would have got done. We would have been hollering, just trying to lay out the show concept, dog.
If you was in Kentucky, this marching band season coming up, all 4 of us at East, it'd be bad. First of all,
they might as well just let us run it. Here we go.
Indubitably.
Listen to him, dog. Nobody's gotten that since this is going on. Brian, you too. You on staff too. We ain't getting not a thing done. Look, Zach already can't take it.
Uh,
Come on, front.
mm.
Mm.
They're not about. I'm mad.
Oh, I missed one.
Come on now.
He's so psychotic. They're so good at hiding everybody before they got to come out.
Mm-hmm. That ain't fair. Oh, here come the TV. Oh, it's like
They
plankton.
so, they so petty, bro.
I they're not about to do. This is ridiculous.
It's brilliant, man.
They about to run the Titanic into the iceberg right in front of everybody.
That trade off to the field drum is just sick.
Nasty, dog.
That's probably the cleanest they played it.
Yeah.
Not. Oh my. Oh, they folded up behind him. They do not get a
Standing up. You got to, man.
they
He kicked the thing out.
Boop.
they petty for that.
Yes, I got one.
Bingo.
I
Dude, man.
All right, who's gonna do it outdoor now? Who's gonna put it outside?
I hope nobody. Hell,
You,
don't tarnish that. Gee.
That's like
that's why I love the activity. Like
that is like the perfect storm. Like that started out as, "Hey y'all, hear me out on this. What
They
if
had
we?"
to.
And then it was just like, "Oh, and then we could do that, and they're like, "Yeah, let's do that." And then it just like everybody bought in and went for it, and damn,
Dude, I'm telling you, it's just like I said. I was like, I guarantee you that meeting went like that.
had to have.
Somebody was probably being funny and was like, man, we should do this kind of thing. And it just happened, man. And sometimes when you do that, you just know you got a product.
Yeah,
It was like, yeah, this is the one.
yeah, that was, man. I didn't want it to end.
right. Those shows is why I love the activity.
Yeah, that's got to be a fan favorite.
It's
Hands
gotta be.
down.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you said that. Let me go ahead and
Can't even. Ain't nothing about to sniff that for fan favorite. Or should.
Yeah, I voted a minute ago.
All right, Seb, what were your phrases?
That's petty, or they petty for that. Was one of them. They wrong for that was another one. What you ain't finna do. You didn't say it, but you thought it.
Oh, it definitely crossed my mind.
And I'm done.
Yeah, I didn't say I'm done, but I said I'm mad. We'll take that.
Because those are the exact same things that I was saying the first time I saw. I was like, what you ain't finna do.
How do I? Why is it not let me? There's no voting. What is this?
It's on there. Scroll down.
It says there's no link for it.
It
It's like
should
the
be.
links are
Yeah.
gone or broken.
Like I literally just voted. It should take you directly to it. You might have to scroll down some. It
I,
should start
uh,
with Scholastic World going
I'm
into
s-
win.
I'm scrolling and it's not there.
You don't see no bubbles on the left side?
No.
You might need to do it again when the QR code come back up.
Okay. Oh, it's Mystique, ain't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And now for something completely different.
Right.
Do you have some color to the floor?
Think so.
Mm,
Mm.
That snare line is something else this year.
It is, dude. That solo been clean for a minute. Mm.
Like how they sneak in the vocoder.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Yeah, they playing so far.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. I've been wondering
There
when
he
they was gonna
goes.
do the MCN all
Yeah.
season, bro. What the hell? Whew. Well, can only hope.
Yes.
That's where we are right now. If can't say they didn't do their job though.
Yeah,
Mm.
they played.
They came out and laid that one down.
It's just
Really, percussion ain't jack, bro. They like, look, you see all this equipment on the floor. This is where the money went. We ain't finna donate to nobody.
they like I'm paying my money trying to get in here to watch, man.
What you mean, bro? The color guard was at 6,000. I think it was over 6,000. We barely scraping 1,500.
They said they're like, man, that was pretty good. We did all right. No, you did.
The what?
They said they're like, we're doing pretty good. Like, no,
No,
you're really not.
getting demolished.
Excuse me. Ooh. What's up, Kitty?
Infinity.
Hey,
We ain't shit.
Ding, 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 ding. Y'all seen the reel that's going reel or I guess it's a reel. I don't know. You seen the reel about this boy in the grocery store singing his heart out to this song?
What song?
To this song right here?
Yeah. Ooh. He's singing it with all of his chest.
Sean, you talking about y'all don't gamble in Utah? I forgot, what is the 50-50 thing for?
Scholarships.
Scholarships. Okay. My brain was saying that, but I wasn't. For some reason, I was thinking it was something different. But yeah, they raised that money for scholarships and stuff. But the color guard literally dismantling the drummer, not even on the same page.
And beyond. That's what they need to do next year. And beyond.
That would be hilarious. Marima just explode. Can we start over, please?
We need that for the rest of the show. Jesus.
Shot from Hades. Come on, front. That ain't it.
What was the gap between them and Mystique?
Half a point.
Yeah.
How big was it? The gap?
Half a point.
Half a point.
Mystique beat him in prelims.
Yeah.
Where'd they get these big window blinds at?
Menards.
Man said Menards. Not Menards, bro. I was going to at least say Lowe's or somebody.
I was gonna say, I was like, nah. I gotta go further.
Give them Home Depot at minimum. Well, y'all slamming these floors, dog. Ugh, that wasn't good though.
Like, I feel like they should have painted him.
Huh?
I feel like they should have painted him.
Like yellow.
Or match the floor or something.
Oh yeah, fade with the floor like the floor is doing.
What?
I feel like they wanted it to pop on purpose.
Yeah, but
The
it
blinds?
looks, yeah, but it just looks generic to me.
I guess since they're putting people in front of them so much, they want the contrast behind them and the
Probably.
curtain. Okay, symbols.
I feel like I've heard them play that cleaner.
I feel like the same 5 people on everybody's shows. Mm.
It's gray. One thing Infinity gonna do is they're gonna find one rhythm and play it the entire show.
Motif.
They thought George Mason was lying.
Yeah. George Mason just gave an education on indoor drumline design,
Yeah,
and people, and it probably went over people's heads.
yeah, I guarantee it.
This, I don't think they're playing well. This doesn't.
It's not as a whole. They're not playing as well as they did yesterday. And a lot of it feels a little wild. I told you. Listen, the problem when you do shows too similar to what Broken City does, bro, you leave zero room for anything. You can't be gray. You can't overplay, overextend. I don't know.
I
I
don't,
try to take things with a grain of salt when I watch them on streams compared to in person, but still,
I'm gonna take serious. Like, was that as disjointed as I thought it was? Or I should text Calvin too, I guess.
I was about to say I was going to ask Calvin, see what he thought.
I don't think Terry's judging finals.
Once again, following the performance of our last group tonight, Classic World and Independent World Conquest, he was simple outside the top of the tunnel by the 10th to prepare for finale.
Terry said no. He said one bad tenor moment, but the rest was nails.
Well, we'll find out, I guess. It'd be tough, man. It ain't like DCI.
Yeah. He said the show was written with a lot of stops and starts, but yeah, they played really well.
Oh no, they having electronic problems.
Should we go ahead and sing it?
Another group almost got it.
Oh, well, he agreed to that part. He said the show is written with a lot of stops and starts, but yeah, they play really well. I said, gotcha. I said, I get the design, Broken City esque. I said, watching from home, it seemed a little pressed. He said, yeah.
Well,
Damn, see, you asked Terry something. It said these last 6 so far have been stellar with minor issues so far. Even MTM had a great run.
Well, that's good. Might give room for a. They might have a chance.
I feel like Post is saying, "All right, Mystique, here's how you do the show that you did last year." And I don't think
I
it's paying
thought
off
that
for
a
him.
while back, like
And I
they were
don't think
trying to
it's
do
paying
that.
off for him.
No,
Is this Jagged Edge?
I'm gone. I'm leaving.
in the stream. All right, guys.
uh,
Thank you for coming out, hanging out with us.
It's not because they didn't rotate the stage in Jagged Edge
yeah.
because it was the length of the football field.
That probably would have been cool though.
Oh, I was waiting for it. I was like, they got to do something with it.
Nope. They
I wish.
did not.
I mean, they went up and down it, which is hard enough, I guess. But
In through it.
yeah, and through it.
What is this called?
Underground something.
Yeah.
See, all right, Flo, I'm gonna need y'all to put the show title up there with the name of the group now. Um,
Ain't a rhythm in the ensemble. You know, somebody you can leave out. Now we get to the choreograph stuff. That's okay. You know how scary it is to do a roll on a platform like that with no space.
So you roll too far left or right.
It's a
In this
wrap.
case, you better hope you don't roll right. Was that gray in post that I just heard?
Yep.
This is a stomp.
That was good.
I didn't get it, but it was good.
Yeah, I like
I
it.
don't know if there's something for me to get out of that, but they
Yeah, I ain't
played
got no
solid.
problem with the show.
That's kind of my thing with a lot of world class shows. It's like, am I meant to get it?
Yeah.
Right. I think that rhetoric needs to go. Like the concept got to be so elaborate. Like, bruh, it's okay to be literal.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell? Like,
No, or even subtle.
the what?
Or even subtle. Like
Yeah, so
I got the record player and like, you know, some of the musical references, but I was just like, I don't. What is this? Where is this taking?
gotta have 7 degrees these days to know understand these shows.
I'm good with my two.
Yeah.
Hey, so who is my fan favorite for Scholastic World?
Is it working now?
Mine did.
Mine's not working.
I'm
It
gonna
keeps
say,
taking me into the app.
There's no app.
Yeah, the Flow Sports app.
Oh, the Flow app.
Yes. And then I'm just about to try and see if I can get it on.
yeah, I did it.
I can't stop.
Yep, I just voted for everything. Oh, Andy Bashir. he, he said if Rand Paul, Mitch McConnell, and I all agree that the Trump tariffs are a really bad idea, it's because they are a really bad idea.
That's a conversation for another stream.
Mm.
Haven't they done this show before? Like, I know I've seen this before.
Presenting their program, WGI present Pumpkin City.
All right, trying to contemplate life here.
Is this some Blue Knights type stuff?
I don't know who the city is.
The originators. Zach, you get it.
Huh?
You get it.
Do I get it?
Talking about the floorboards.
Did you? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're doing the Blue Devils Twitch.
I hate them so much. Like, why? Fly.
I need it. I need part 2, RCC. Just thought it's just one big plane. The whole show.
Ginger did not like me doing that.
Violin sounds so good.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what we were talking about earlier. Like if you're going to use
Yes.
an
Thank
instrument,
you.
like it
Yeah.
needs to be able to portray what you want it to portray.
Yep.
All of that. Whew. Yeah.
But that was good.
Yep.
Yeah, Sean, they do look like them. I didn't even think of that.
Starting to fill up in here. Appreciate everybody coming by.
Sean, I don't know either. I think all I know is it had something to do with the North Star and finding your
Well,
way through something.
I don't even know if it was really the North Star, but just like a compass, like the needle of the compass.
Do I want a cookie or do I want ice cream?
You say pizza?
Cookie or ice cream?
Wait. Cookie or pizza?
I wish my kids would learn how to do that.
Right.
I try to tell them all the time, this is what we're doing. Okay. And then they don't.
This floor need to go to the left, bro.
Ooh, your camera's wrong. What are we building here?
You'll see.
Like,
Just
damn.
wait.
Just wait for it.
Am I gonna hate this?
It's good.
Nah.
In a good way, hate it?
Yes. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I like it. Here's the thing: if George Mason didn't come out this year with that show, this would have been fan favorite.
Yeah.
For me.
I'm still mad at them for doing that silence show. Was it 2 years ago? Where they had the
Oh yeah.
where they
I know
had
what you're talking about.
the visual people that matched the floor, so they blended in, and
Oh yeah.
that I forget what that was called, but mad. All right, you think they about to do it? Are they really about to do it? Are they really gonna do it?
Start it over.
Ooh, them bass drums is shiny. Who's she? Oh hell, they got a damn harp down there.
Yep. It's crazy. That part always scares me.
I'm sure it always scares them too.
Oh, that's cool. What they should have done was put some black lights in there. Make them gloves really pop. We love an ensemble shaker moment.
Listen, still crazy. All that stuff down there, the pit is split.
Yeah.
Rotate that triangle.
It's like the best rotated triangle in the history of triangles. Yeah, they work.
Was that? Did you see what the prop was? The props.
Yeah.
Rip it! Rip it!
Do not get a penalty. Do not get a
Right.
penalty.
I'm telling you, George Mason knew.
They're gonna have everybody doing that now. What if that became like the go-to audio for that moment after every group?
Do not
They
get
only
up.
played, yeah, but only if they were like within a certain time frame of actually getting one for being on the floor too long.
Yeah,
Like, you know, if you hear that coming up, you got to move.
that would be funny, actually.
Sean, I think a lot of people want to see this beat RCC. I'm indifferent. I like them both. I would not be upset
It's tough.
either way.
This girl already out here dancing?
No, you're not gonna understand. You need to see. You need to watch all of this. They have literally
Okay.
started playing music already.
Oh yeah. The show has started.
This is like the pre-show of all pre-shows in the history of pre-shows.
Like I'm not lying. The show has started.
Like literally. Like you hear the sounds?
Yeah.
No, that's them playing.
Why?
It's part of the show. All of this.
We gonna enter with a cadence going now?
No, everybody's finna start playing, and then the show is just gonna start. It's insane. I was like, what is RCC doing, bro? How the hell do you come up with this?
So do they just like tell them not to play any music in between the groups for them?
Yeah.
I mean,
When you fill out your stuff on Competition Suite, you can say
Uh-huh.
if you have a pre-show or not.
yeah. Because
And
all
when
this
does your
music,
pre-show start? Yesterday.
literally, in December. Like everything you hear is them. Like you have to have an alternate power source or setup in order to even do this to begin with. Before you even set up. It's like, what the, like how?
Huh.
And it's another reason why they don't have a floor. I don't blame them.
Anybody else ever done this before? Like started their pre-show like immediately?
Not to my knowledge.
No. Like they're like, you want to talk about total crowd pleasers?
Uh-huh.
Look at this. Front just casually still setting up.
All this for something to quote unquote not be judged.
But is it not?
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said quote unquote not
Yeah.
judged.
It's brilliant to me. But to do it and pull it off is, you got to be in this kind of class to do it, dog. And you got to have so many hands to help. It's not even funny.
Huh.
What kills me is, man, you got to have so much confidence that your electronics are going to work regardless.
Yeah.
If some don't come on, it ain't like you can just stall the show. Ugh.
Yeah, they about to win.
Hardest tenor solo in WGI this year. Period.
I didn't know there was multiple stages inside that stage.
See? Like, how you just gonna glide across the floor and be in form?
Yeah, and stop when you're supposed to.
It's like them scooters you ride in PE.
That was not a thing we did, Zach.
Oh, well.
Gangsta. Rouse.
Right. Yeah. Mm.
What you ain't finna do is just literally split the snare board.
Dude.
Literally.
This 10 feet.
I can't.
That's some sugar cubes from Blue Stars.
It's,
Dude, they don't miss.
Don't.
That tenor line don't miss.
It's like we're gonna finish the job that BD didn't.
Come on, y'all, man.
Yeah.
X ain't beating this, bro.
No.
Not tonight.
X ain't beating this.
No.
Dang. Whew. That show is special, boy.
Mm-hmm.
And it is RCC's been due.
Yeah.
They have been due.
I think
Wow.
I think they turned the difficulty down that much.
Yeah.
Like just enough to get it piss clean.
Yeah.
That's
I know, right, Brian? We're gonna try to do scores again or no?
I'm not even tired, so I'm good.
No, I mean like we did with the guards.
What do you mean? I'll like try to stream
Yeah.
it.
I mean, we ain't got to because it's hard hearing and stuff.
We'll see. That's the thing. People are. Hey, you're warm and it's hot in here. No? Okay.
Yay, we scored.
Cracking?
Yep.
Excuse me.
We almost beat the Knights yesterday.
The Golden Knickets. All right, Zach. What do you think since you've been away all season? Because me and Will,
I'll say y'all ain't seen nothing.
Yeah, me and Will have seen these shows about 15 times.
I definitely think RCC is gonna win.
All right, good talk.
Right.
Hold on, sorry.
Oh, he texted this big thing over there.
No.
People.
George Mason, ridiculous. I'm gonna be quite honest. From Mystique up until at Rhythm X, is fine. None of
From
them
what?
really. I said like from Mystique, the block from Mystique all the way up to Rhythm X, like that. All of those shows packed in there were kind of all just kind of meh to me. They were good, but like none of them really stick out. Like I'm not gonna remember any of those in 3 years.
Mhm.
You
I
know,
feel that. I understand that.
like I don't know. I guess I kind of expected more out of Mystique's show.
You're not the only one.
I guess, and it's
Because
probably just because I've seen so much of them. Not this year, but like I know what Mystique can and will and has done, and that just didn't feel like through the screen at least. It didn't feel like just that. Oh yeah, that's a Mystique.
Because I've been saying this to Cedric all season. Because for me, in a small part, I like the show. I think the show is okay. It's cool. I can watch it, but it ain't Hand to Man.
Hell no, it ain't Mantra either.
It ain't Mantra. You see what I'm saying? So
it doesn't have it just doesn't have that iconic feel to it. Yeah. Now, if you just play it and like close your eyes and listen to it, it's Mystique. You could tell it's them by the way it's written, but it just doesn't have that to it. I don't know.
I think I said it to Will or somebody, but there was never that moment where I was just like, damn, like it's a very cerebral show.
Mm-hmm.
and I love it for what it is. I love it for what it does as far as making me think and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it just never.
But I mean, even Red Line had one of those moments, and that one wasn't like super in your face Mystique either, but it had those moments when you listened to it, you were like, oh yeah, like. But just
Wait,
I
you
don't
talking
know.
about Rhythm X?
No, I'm talking about a couple years ago when Mystique did the Red Line show.
Oh, the
Red
Redline show.
Yeah, when it had that moment, was it last year?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, last year's show, yeah. So like it had
No,
that
I
moment where
love
you're
last
where
year.
you're like, damn, like said. But
Yeah.
this year, you're right, it didn't really have that. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know.
Like the snares were. I mean, snares were on fire. And as I sit and I watched it, I was just like, why do I feel the way that I do about it? And I
Mm-hmm.
think I realized. I think I realized why. It was, I would say, a good 20% of the show, maybe. That might be a bit much, but with solos, think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like literal solos. I mean,
Like center snare, center
center
tenor,
snare, center tenors,
tenor
the
snares only,
bottom,
basses only.
the bottom bass.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't even mean sections. I mean like just maybe one person playing.
Yeah. No, I know.
Like
I
the
got you.
bottom bass had a feature with the cymbals. Like so, like I when there was full battery moments, I don't know if it ever felt like full battery moments.
Yeah.
I'm really trying to think of when. The only one that I can think of it was at the end. I mean, I know they had some early in the show, but I think really to this might have been one of those shows that the concept blocked him in on some things that
Mm-hmm.
they could do musically.
Mm-hmm. Because I told Cedric before too that you hear Mystique and then you hear something like Parasite
Uh-huh.
and it's like, how did y'all not think? Because think about it, like this is why I go to Hand to Man. Look what you did with Hand to Man, and then even though you didn't win gold with Disciples, look what you did with Disciples. Like,
Yeah.
and you hear Parasite, you think the design would have been like that, like it was
Like
extravagant,
like all
like
out.
go all out, man.
Yeah. It was almost like a very minimal. I don't want to say minimal. I'm sure there's stuff that I couldn't see on the stream that I missed, but
Mm,
you know, it just seems like when Mystique doesn't go all in like that in design aspects and things, they just don't do as well. I don't know. I don't
it's
know enough about Mystique to really make comments like that, I guess, but
but it's kind of like that. It's I also think there were some sacrifices
yeah.
because of certain sections and musically. It's like, oh well, we got this, so let's feature this more. It's almost like the battle that we've been talking about with Boston Crusaders.
Yeah.
It's like y'all got to find that balance, man. You're sacrificing this for this and doing this for and and when they find it, like this past season, it's like, look what happens. You beat BD.
Yeah.
So it's like they gotta dig for that. I think you also would have loved a lot of those classic world groups.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and watch, especially Ayala, since
Mm.
there's seeming to be their first win in a while.
They won it last year, didn't
Oh,
they?
well,
Pretty
never
sure they
mind.
won it last year. Yeah, it's. I don't know. I think we're speaking from Mystique fan. Like I mean, like I said, I love the show, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. and where people are figuring out the front game more. Um,
Like they in trouble, man. Like at some point,
like they get the battery that they want.
mm-hmm,
But man,
I I still feel like the front, in a lot of sense, got sacrificed for the battery, and a lot of stuff that I love that they did musically, they didn't, and there were not enough memorable rhythmic phrases that make me hum over and over or something like that.
um,
But you look at what these top four are doing,
yeah.
and it's like, hey man,
Well, here, and I mentioned this in a conversation with some folks. It might have been y'all, it might have been somebody else, but because I talked to so many different people about this stuff that it's kind of crazy. But like, let's let's look at let's look at George Mason. Let's look at United. Look at Cap City. Look at Matrix. They all. Oh, it was Calvin. It was you and Calvin in that text message thread.
mm-hmm,
Um, they all have world, and I know they're all world class. Okay, but they all have a world class section somewhere that is just stellar. That could be a top five group in that particular section if it was
mm-hmm.
just that section. The problem is they lack in other areas. Um, you know, George Mason, fantastic design. You know, but the book's going to be hard to break them in the top six or top five.
Mm-hmm.
Cap City, great design, but not. I don't know if they have a top five section anywhere. Um, Matrix, top design. I don't know if they have a top five section somewhere. Um, United, battery played. Uh, they might be the closest. I think. I'd I'd be. I wonder if the book's hard enough.
I feel like out of the ones you've mentioned, they have the hands for it,
Mm-hmm.
or they have the better hands. If we were saying it towards music or whatever, they
Mm-hmm.
have the best shot right now out of the ones you said.
Yeah. Um, you know, people say power is like the final boss to get to the top 10. Like they're the group that's doing the things
Mm-hmm.
that you need to do to be competitive in world class. You know, and I think Meraki is following that game plan. And don't be surprised if they're sitting top 10 next year. Now that
Yeah.
they know how this world class thing works. Resonant Force has a lot of elements. So like, I think you look at the bottom five. It's a content thing. I think
Yeah.
the shows are designed well enough, to get them where they need to do. It's the content that needs to get beefed up a little bit uh, to get into that next tier five. And then you look at the next tier five. It's shoring up those sections and while sections that could be the show design too.
Mm-hmm.
The design of the show could be holding the group back as well. Like the kids may have the hands to play it, but the show is just not at that level. So,
And then it's like so I'm just having
for what? What's that?
the stream.
The stream? Still on mine.
Okay.
It's like,
I don't
what?
know what happened. Anyway, uh, yeah, it's like you look at it and you wonder what does the balance have to be, because it's just dumbfounding, because out of, if you look at it, who's doing the least in the top 5? Broken City. Now look at United Percussion. They got every light in all of Dayton right now. Like,
I don't know if I would say I think
because
saying that Broken City is doing the least
I'm
is
no,
is
not,
misleading. I know what you're trying to say. That's
I'm talking visually,
yeah. Well, prop wise, set
prop
design.
visually, because here's the thing. I'm thinking you've got these bottom tier groups who are thinking we need thousands of props out here to stay relevant, and that's what it feels like. But if you look at the people, and it, because it's misleading, it's like, okay, do you or do you not? Because how often Broken City really just theoretically started to really start bringing props out.
Yeah,
And if
it's
they
not a
did, they
lot.
were minimalist. They were minimalistic. They brought out wires one year, and that was it. Last year they had these framed wire books. That was it. And it's like,
Um, I think that's where people kind of get misleaded about props and things like that. Because look at what we got here. Um, RCC, they had the stage that broke off in the blocks, and then like that was it basically. Rhythm X, they had the big fingers, but that's it. Um, Broken City, we just talked about them. Post had the scaffolding, but it was really just the scaffolding. Like once they took the record off, that was it. Infinity had the blinds from Menards. Um, Mystique just had
Light poles
the light poles,
and the fabric.
and that was it. George Mason had a lot. Not really a lot. They just had a lot of backdrops that moved, but it wasn't like elaborate. They just did really good floor design.
Mm-hmm.
I think United's probably had quite a bit. Cap City had quite a bit. Matrix had a lot on the floor. Powell, sort of. Not really though.
no, they had what them little cages,
Mm-hmm.
whatever they're called, those half things.
Not yet, Elias. Welcome in, folks. We got a few folks coming in. They got to get everybody lined up. That's the thing. They set up and ready to go, but they got to get everybody.
Yeah.
They got to get 30 groups of percussionists in order. That is a task. So probably got a minute. So yeah, I don't. Here's what I think, and I even hate saying this about a world class group because I think they know this stuff. So I don't want to ever imply that a world class group is ignorant and doesn't know something. Especially since I run a concert A group. But anyway,
Open.
so you know, talk about it.
Open.
But I think that you're using props for me personally because I don't use them. You guys know I don't like them. I use them if I have to. I mean, I bought $20 worth of fake candles for our show this year. Like that's just
And 2 sets of bowls.
and 2 sets of bowls. Well, we didn't pay for each set. Well, our parent paid for one set, and we bought another set. But but props you're either using props to one frame the floor or frame the field if you're on a marching band field. Two, you're using it for staging, whether for exits or entrances and things of that nature, because it makes it easier to clear the field. Or three, to propel the story forward. So, like, we've always been told, if you put it on the floor,
you gotta use it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's one of the things we've always been told. So I think for some folks, you know, the props are. It depends on the group. I mean,
some people put props out there and they ain't got a show, but they want to use that prop.
Yeah.
And they try to write the show around it, and it ain't gonna work.
No. Like it's a lot to go out there. For me, it's always been, if we're gonna do this, we're framing the field, like we're framing the area to make it look bigger. That's always the approach that I've kind of taken to it. So yeah, I don't know. It's not. If you're good, you don't notice the props.
It's true.
You just don't. Like they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, you know. But ultimately, like George Mason makes you watch the prop because you're like, okay, what's the next thing? It kind of tells you this is what they're doing. Cool, and like it's functional.
See, and Bryson just asked a good question too. Talking about what causes a group to struggle for multiple years in a row when they are otherwise consistently top tier, like Mystique. In a sense, is it boiled down to content? I don't 100% know if Mystique thinks like this or whatever. Before a stint there, they felt it was like there was no need to play thousands and thousands of notes or whatever. Still have hard book. We're not talking about difficulty not being there, but to not have such mass of it in order to win. For a stint that like they had this philosophy. And if you really think about it and you go back and look at all the years Mystique has won, it has been that way. The problem is the times changed in a small sense. They didn't, because it had. I have said this for years on years. If you look at the top 10 and you ask yourself who plays the most, Mystique is going to, or top 10, top 5, Mystique is going to be number 5 every single time. Those other 4 groups will outplay as far as how many notes they're playing.
I'm gonna say number Mystique. 4. I'm gonna say number 4. I'm gonna say Broken City's number 5.
You think Broken City plays more or less notes than Mystique does?
Yes.
There's no way.
It's a lot of space.
I get the space.
Yeah, but when they're actually playing, they got a lot of notes going on in that.
Now this year,
amount.
no. Now this year, no. I don't. No, this year, no. But like from a, and the reason why I say that is their front is strong enough to carry, and they're not afraid to make you sit in silence.
But that's the thing. I'm talking package, not battery.
I am too.
Not solely battery. So even in that sense, Broken still outplays Mystique.
I bet it's a lot closer than you think.
I'm trying to tell you, dude.
Also,
I don't think you understand. Like it's the tiny space notes, because Zach almost said it. It's that little stuff in those intricate notes that they're playing that are low that you count. That counts. So the space before all of that, okay. But once they start playing, that little stuff is what matters. That's what you're talking about, like Mystique this year. In the beginning, snare solo when they're off to the side in the opener, all that small tiny space, and when they're buffing out threes and fours, that's the tiny stuff that I'm talking about. Now,
I'm counting that too.
And that's what I'm saying. Broken is doing more than that than Mystique does.
Well,
we can agree.
We're gonna
Okay,
move
so
on.
okay.
So that we're gonna move on so that friendships aren't ruined over
Ain't no friendships is gonna be ruined over this
silly percussion talk. No, I also, and I don't really know the answer to this question either, but you got to think of also in terms of staff. Have they had a lot of staff turnover? Has there been years where they've had a lot of new staff, or what? I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Like, because that could play a factor in groups that are, top tier, but they have years that are quote unquote down or something like that.
I can attest to it now that your top 5 groups at minimum are carrying the same people that they've had since the jump. Probably majority of them.
Or what about a lot of new kids?
Now,
like kids aren't coming in and staying year after year after year. They got to reload every year with more kids because they only come for like a year and go somewhere else.
I can't even call that either, because even if you look at it, RCC's had the same black tenor guy that's been section or center for the past I don't know how many years. The girl who marched center for Boston Crusaders, this is her second year going on now with the other girl who was at Boston too. They're also 2 years from Mystique. I don't think your top 5 are flip-flopping nowhere near as much as they did back in the day.
I mean, there's a lot of things that can contribute to that. Like, the use the word struggle for Mystique is weird because I don't think they're struggling. Like, it's just people have change and they evolve. Like, Post has found something that works for them. But like, here's the thing: Post is maybe gonna get 4th tonight. So like, if they don't medal again next year, are they struggling? Or are they have they stalled out? Because it's hard to stay at the top. I mean, it is. I mean, look at BD. It took 2 acts of God to knock them down to 3rd. But sometimes groups just have a good show that just lands. A lot of times it's the right show in the right year. There have been years, past 4 or 5 years, that Mystique has had great shows, but some other folks
somebody in the way.
Yeah,
it's right year, right time.
Yeah. So there's a lot that goes into it. Uh, 99.925. Oh, that's not getting broke.
98.
That's what it says. Oh, 98. Oh, it might get broke. It depends on how I score. If Bridgeland scores to 87, a 97, they're gonna let Ayala break the record because they've been.
It could happen in Independent World too. They're getting close to the record for Independent World also, so it could happen in Scholastic and Independent tonight.
Yeah, Danielle, we'll get the scores. I looked. I don't see. I'm on the Flow Marching YouTube right now. I don't think they're. I don't think they're.
They might still stream it. They might wait till everybody get out, kind of thing. Maybe, I don't know. Usually they started by now if they were.
Yeah. So we'll. If I didn't think that we get in trouble, I would just go ahead and stream it directly from Flow. But I don't want to mess with that.
It comes from
Yeah.
their YouTube page, and you can't really do
Yeah,
nothing.
yeah. If it's on YouTube, if they're YouTube playing it, then it's fine. But like I don't feel comfortable streaming it directly from the Flow Machine website. So um, we will get that rolling for you. I'll make sure it gets typed up. I typically write down the numbers anyway. Oh, you were there? That's awesome. So what from your perspective, from somebody that was there, like what was your highlights for tonight? I would say this is like the first time, both for guard and drumline, that I didn't get bored.
Like literally.
I know usually when I'm there, I'm fighting to stay awake, but that's also because
That's because
I'm
you
dealing with
did
teenagers.
72 hours straight without sleep.
Yeah, that part.
All that running around too don't help neither.
And, it's a whirlwind, man. Because you're the first for us, like concert class. The first two days there, you're running around, warming up, competing, making sure kids eating, not eating junk food, and
Yeah, no, awards is going on right now. They're getting everybody on the floor right now.
we got a few people in here. I think Megan, was you with us last week?
Hell, I get tired at DCI finals by the end of it.
It's tough, man. And those
I know
shows are
that's
12 minutes.
You just get like is viewers fatigue a thing?
It is.
Like I enjoy every aspect of it, but you do get by the end of that night, you're like, man,
It's like I am ready to go.
my head's hurting. I'm ready to quit sitting in between these people, shoulder to shoulder, ready to breathe some air.
Right. Yeah, Daniel, those are around the same sentiments I got. MCM and Infinity would be tight. It'd be cool for X to get the win, but man, RCC.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I don't know about this time. If this was yesterday, maybe.
Yeah.
Danielle, you ain't the only one. I done fell asleep plenty of times at these shows. Ask Cedric, man, we done been in them seats in the backboard, just lounged.
because
eyes heavy as hell.
Because we go as participants, so when we go, we get backside seating. So if you can barely see it now, but if you look behind the curtain, that's where they put the kids. If you don't get tickets early enough, it's hot up there.
Mm-hmm.
It's hot up there. There's plenty of room to stretch out. So there have been many naps taken.
You'd be lucky if any of them classic worlds get watched.
That's
might get up by the 5th.
That's some 10th. Like I might try to watch the top. If I'm there, I might try to watch the top 5. That's kind of appropriate that those two walk out together.
He's still
Hilarious.
going.
I'm talking about
Dartmouth
the joke.
come out like, dang, this is the show we should have done.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure is.
What did Dartmouth end up doing this year?
Show about a diner.
Yeah.
A diner. Diners,
I wasn't
drive-ins,
mad
and
at it.
dives.
It just didn't hit like they typically
Yeah.
hit.
Diners,
They
drive-ins,
designed
and
it pretty well.
dives.
Now that'd have been funny. I'd have got Guy's voice and everything.
I'm Guy Fieri.
Okay. Congratulations on aging out. It sucks you only got to do it once, man. It's a rough feeling. I get it, but
Hey, I was a age out in DCI. I don't regret it because I'm an indoor head, but my time at DCI had plethora of up and downs, but I was a rook out. But I did love it.
Damn, I'm gonna need them to walk faster.
Bro, they was ticking with the color guards. I was so happy. They was getting it together. In and out. Let's go. Immediately. In Independent World Pride, you won. Everybody could leave. God dang.
Didn't even start at the bottom. Just said, here you go.
dude,
Just
that's
walk by,
that's
just walk by, hand him a
was this year.
gallon
That's what
Ziploc bag
said.
of medals and just go.
That's what
Dog.
SCGC
Dog, and
was.
SCGC this year.
Headed to you on your way out.
Mystique was like, all right, you're SCGC scholarship winners.
They didn't even get off the floor. They still pack it up.
I'm like,
Still wrapping up cords. They done made it all the way through.
I was like, they announced the 7 winners. It's like, all right, now for awards. In Percussion Scholastic Middle School, I was like, they just read it. And I was just like, okay. They were trying to get everybody out to beat the Storms.
Mm-hmm.
So we did not do a proper award ceremony. They just, like I said, Mystique was pulling the floor off, and they was like, all right, here's the scholarship winners. Not a game. Like, they got through the scholarship winners so fast that they still wasn't they still weren't finished tabulating.
Yeah, Danielle, that's what's up.
So,
Hey, as long as that last run through and everything, and your season was nice, that's all that matters at the end.
Mhm.
Man. You can ask any of these groups whether they win or lose, man. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, George Mason ain't gonna get no medal, but you ain't gonna tell me that they didn't have a blast this year.
Mm-hmm.
Please, I'm showing up every rehearsal excited.
Mm-hmm.
This is our 111,000th time doing
Well,
this.
here's the thing: they're the people that they're gonna see out and be like, "Dude, you marched George Mason." That's
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
And honest, sometimes, man, that means more than the medal.
Mm-hmm.
When people come up to you, it's like, man, you should have finished higher. I really liked your show.
Yeah.
Right. You know, because and that's another thing, Bryson, that kind of goes along with what you were saying. For some folks, for some groups,
It ain't
the
about
medal,
the medal.
it ain't the medal.
Yeah.
It is not the medal. You know,
It's about the friends we made along the way.
that, you know,
Because you gotta ask yourself, because if you get stuck in, oh, I just want to win, I just want to medal, blah 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 this or whatever, you gotta ask yourself, why are these other groups filling up so much? You know, because in my opinion, you know, you're gonna have like a lot of groups wanting to be in Phantom Regiment. You know, people love going to SCV, they love going to this group and stuff, but sometimes, man, them memories gonna mean way more.
Yeah.
Especially if the season goes right, the staff is good, people there are good.
Because I'll be willing to bet a lot of percussion folks in the indoor world, especially in like open and world classes.
Not them having to make the camera angle wider.
Yeah.
Fit everybody.
Right.
They march groups that fit their personality.
Yeah.
That part.
because you would think that a lot of Boston Crusaders and those cats would be marching up north in George Mason and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Most of Mystique's line, a lot of Mystique's line is Boston.
It's Boston. They going elsewhere. So you choose, you pick, what you've fallen in love with.
Danielle, what did you play? That's our children on stage on the floor.
They are.
Nope. Why are they already shooting streamers?
That's what they do.
We are not all winners.
Yeah, they do that.
No, you make finals in world class, you're a winner.
Exactly. Literally.
Look at George Mason down there. It's gonna be in character until the bus gets home.
You know it.
Shoot, you make finals in anything. You
right.
Yeah. That's why when we made it, I told kids, like, I don't care what you do, just go play. Like this was the goal. Yeah. And then they had the best run of the season and won by a point.
That's why Meraki did.
When you play loose, you're playing with house money.
Yeah.
It was weird. I told the parents at SCGC this year. I said, they were like, are you nervous? I'm like, no,
this is it.
Like we ain't supposed to win today. Like we're playing with house money. Nobody's expecting that from us today. So we're just gonna go out there and play.
Man, ain't no way Ayala did that with no knee pads, bro.
No, not a now one.
I don't like none of them kids no more.
They spent a whole rehearsal learning how to slide correctly.
You got to sign a waiver to be in Ayala.
I'm saying.
Because you can die. You could possibly lose your life being in this ensemble.
You will. Just ask Johnny. Oh, wait.
Oh,
you
can't. Oh, wow. Okay.
Like I thought I took it dark. Oh, you play Vibe?
That's okay, Vibes.
That's what I'm talking about.
So she said almost a lot of the wood from Boston went to Infinity.
Infinity this year came from Boston. Okay, well. Hey, I was actually proud of Boston's front this past year.
It was a lot better.
I was proud.
A lot better. They just ran across the buzzsaw with SCV.
That's tough, boy. There's one that you're going to have to struggle to get over. That's the one.
Yeah.
And they had a year off, too. They were ready to come back and just like, you know what?
Yeah.
You remember how to drum and then did the shot of justice.
It's like, bruh.
Like, how do you do an anime shot?
Like, literally got cussed out in the tunnel. This little kid.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, RCC's visual ensemble, bro. Woo.
I always like looking at see what tennis shoes everybody buys.
Yeah.
Mystique made a post. It was like their shoe game throughout the past so many years, It was which shoe they were wearing each show.
I'm mad because concert don't get that.
I mean, y'all could.
No,
Y'all could buy a new pair of shoes every
no, I
show.
meant the video.
Oh, thanks, Megan. I'm glad we was able to help with that.
What she said?
Oh,
Hey, man, this activity, man, it brings people together.
mm-hmm. Who now, Megan? Who does your daughter march for in DCI and now WGI?
Man, I read that dude's name is Rick Rock.
What?
I said, well, how they got Rick Ross? Oh,
Boy. Jeez.
Rick Ross.
why you got the rock in? Okay. Rick Rock.
I'm a boss.
I'm a boss. 305. 270. What?
Okay, she's VE for X, yeah. Well, she about to get some clank.
Yeah, she is. Tell her go and get the
Mellow
nigga
for
ready,
mandarins. Okay. She age out? Is she marching this summer? We go yell for her on the live stream.
Yeah. She want to be interviewed?
Yeah.
Tyler, that's what I'm saying. Let's chop. Let's get it.
Right.
They got to pay the bills, buddy.
Hey, do all this and announce the scores at the same time.
Sponsored by 15th place. Sponsored by Think Up Design.
Poor cinnamon.
What you say?
Hey, I like the show.
That was a good show.
Okay, I just read that. I was like, why is he talking about cinnamon? What is he doing? We've only been streaming. Well, I've been streaming for 6 hours, 7 hours.
I was on an airplane.
It's no excuse. You stream on the
Man,
wind.
I'm mad. They didn't even get to serve us a drink and the little snacks because they had to stay buckled up which was a lie because we didn't hit any turbulence. I think they just didn't want to give us a free drink. Southwest getting cheap on everybody. Mad.
Oh, Southwest done been made everybody mad.
Well, yeah, of course. I get me a credit card with them so I can get some rewards points, and then they start changing all their policies. Bastards. That's fine. But there was like a bunch of empty seats on the way back, and I had a whole row to myself.
Those be the best flights.
It was awesome.
I've had that one time I can remember.
And the flight on the way down there wasn't very full either. I mean, it was more full than the one today, but still nice.
What do you do?
It looked like they pushed him out and he didn't know where to go.
Yeah, big check. Yeah, man, you have to get that back, by the way.
Yeah, you don't forget about taxes. You're gonna have to pay a tariff on these scholarships.
Do they shut up? Do they tax scholarships? I don't think they do that. I don't think
No,
that's
they probably will now.
Shut up.
I gotta be quiet.
That's why I'm
I was
telling
gonna
you
let
to
it
shut
go.
up. That's why I'm telling you to shut up twice.
I was gonna let it go. The most viewers we had was gonna lose it.
Yeah,
Hey,
Rosalind.
I'm assuming people don't really.
Oh,
See, that's what I'm talking about. Y'all should have texted them these.
Oh, they know before. I guess Thesis just went ahead and went home. I mean, they're in California. You couldn't wait for me to move my arm. UP?
Oh, we got a good question in the chat from Austin. He says, do you guys think there could ever be a band, percussion and winds division in WGI?
Winds is
No.
Winds is basically that, because you will have some winds groups that will use live percussion as opposed to a backing track. So I think the closest you're ever going to get to that is winds.
Yeah, I don't think there'll ever be like battery with the winds though.
It won't be. It won't be.
It'd be too boomy.
Division. Like Dartmouth had a small ensemble out there, like 7 or 8 wind players today. But I really think they want to just really focus on. This is a percussion division. This is the wind division. Can they? I mean,
because you're going to start changing up. You're going to have to start changing up score cards and sheets, and all kinds of stuff.
They do it in Japan.
Yeah, well, Japan is just flat out marching band.
Yeah.
No, I think they'll keep them separate.
Yeah, not WGI won't touch that. But the 3 divisions will be enough. All right, here we go. Get the
Yay. In first place.
Because I bet I missed some.
Lovely.
Yeah. I feel like the WGI website guy right now.
Gap.
And if somebody wants, because somebody may be listening and not reading, like I don't know if Danielle's driving, so if somebody wants to read them off, they can.
Is there a limit to how much percussion the winds division allows currently?
I don't think so.
We get into the 90s at 9.
Yeah. 90s club.
9.4.
Whoa!
Wow! They ain't gonna like that.
Eef.
Yikes.
They ain't gonna like that.
Yikes.
It's quiet in there.
91. Clearbrook.
Uh-oh.
I'm about to butcher this.
Burleson.
Oh, okay.
Centennial.
Oh, they holding back.
Mm-hmm.
They holding back.
Yeah, they ain't gonna break it.
All right. And for those that don't know, they're going to switch over to independent right now.
What? Make them sweat it out. Y'all wrong for that.
Hey.
Come on, Meraki.
Is that how they're supposed to? How you're supposed to say it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Meraki.
Meraki.
Oh, Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
We are already in the 90s.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
All right.
Dang.
I can't. That is one of the. If I'm ever in a spelling bee and I get the word rhythm, I'm out.
RHYTHM.
'90 at 12. Okay, Atlanta broke 90.
Is there a drop?
I
They're
think
just
so.
making up these numbers.
Cap drop.
Yep. I think Matrix moved up.
Mm-mm. Oh boy.
Mm.
Is George Mason beating Steve?
Bruh. I'm kind of clinching. Oh my god!
Do you hear the crowd right now?
Bruh.
You hear the crowd?
Yeah. Oh, I was hoping it was Infinity.
I was too.
Oh, I was hoping
Damn,
it was
that'd be
Infinity so bad.
crazy.
Mystique's just standing there, boy. They ain't not
Yep.
a person is twitched. They ain't even blinking.
Mm-mm.
Look at her. Oh, that's tough.
They gonna pull the cadets and go straight out the tunnel before it's
They're
over.
gonna leave immediately. That is
Damn.
insane. I was like, how you
I was like, wait.
fifth with an 85?
Ooh.
All right, here's the other
Lord
big
of
one.
mercy. Austin, the end times.
Yeah. Yeah, literally. Yes. Way to go, Broken. Because y'all might be close. All right, then, Sean.
It's always
Yeah.
fun, man.
Be long before you know it. We'll be doing some DCI talk.
'95. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Me.
I'm sorry.
William, those are children.
It came out like vomit. I don't know what this is. My brain wasn't even thinking. Those are children.
Sean, take care, man.
Yeah. I'm mad.
'97. Rhythm Act. No.
Boy, I
I'd have turned everything off in here.
We have a tie for first place.
No. Bruh.
Like that. What?
Dog, Mystique ain't moved an inch.
Mm-mm.
that's tough, man.
They need to go and just let them get off the floor, bruh.
They got their staff meeting. The Zoom invite already went out. Put it on your Google Calendar.
It's like, but what are the kids thinking? Because they progressively dropped through the week. Dog, man. If by some chance RCC won, they have to give X a 98 something.
Yeah.
And then RCC would have to pop a 99 something. Or vice versa.
No, they about
To
to
be
tie.
honest, I don't care who wins Independent World, to be honest. If X wins, man, I'm super hyped for that.
Yeah.
I really like that show, man.
They're gonna tie.
Zach.
There's been one tie. There's been a tie this year.
There has been, and this ain't the time.
Concert A had a tie.
Concert A had a tie, and Color Guard had 2 ties.
I got you, Sean. I don't know where he's at right now. He ain't gonna have it, no. I'll give him a nice little rub.
I can't quit looking at Mystique.
Dude, it's hard.
They just
They have not moved.
pissed.
And George Mason got to be on cloud 9, bro.
Hell, they on cloud 99.
'97. No shot they give a hard gap for Al Yala.
They
Right.
put them 2 points above them the last two nights.
That's what I'm saying, because, and that's why I said it, because they did that. So if that's the case now, are you kidding me?
It'll be a 99-1.
It has at minimum. Bro, this finna get nasty. Uh-oh, here we go.
Mm.
They tied.
Oh my God.
Are you kidding me?
Is that a record?
I think
It broke it, but then
They're gonna have
RCC
both
is
of them
finna
break it
It's gonna be 2 broken records in the same night.
in the
How
same
close was
class.
how close was this?
It has to be insanely close. Are you
We're
serious?
about to hear 399 scores in one night.
What?
But you knew that was coming when the 12th place group cracks 90.
Right. They're gonna have the record for 2 minutes and 36
Dude.
seconds until they announce.
That is insane.
The real
It
Good
don't even matter. It don't even matter if it's
nurse.
0.00064. It's still broke.
I think
Yep.
a concert group has the record though. I think a concert group.
Yeah. Who was that? It was like something with a W.
Mornings.
Oh, shit. I would retire. I almost retired with the 92.
I mean, they went straight to the 99. Huh. Tyler said, fun fact, it happened in 2013 too. Both RCC and X broke the record at that time. The hell?
We're gonna have to start giving 60s at Worlds.
It's something,
Or
dog.
we're gonna have to get another class.
Yeah.
It's getting actually ridiculous.
Wow.
This is insane. RCC trying to hold in everything they got right now.
It's hard sitting there when you know you've won.
Well, I swear. I swear, boy.
They gonna have are y'all gonna do it?
I don't know.
I think they did, man.
You think they gave them a record too?
I don't know about a record, but I think they break 99.
Because here's the thing: if you think they're that much better, you got to put the gap there.
You have to.
That's what people don't realize. 99 does not mean they were perfect. 99 is this compared to this group that we just did,
that part.
97.
That part.
You think you are 2 points better.
That part. And because everybody else was pushing it, because Mr. and Mrs. Cowboy Hats going back to the line here. That show was phenomenal. No, this is why I told you need to watch Classic World, because that run through was good.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them Classic World class groups, man, they didn't play around either.
Richland was phenomenal.
Yes. Dude, it's insane. It's insanity.
Y'all need to hurry up.
You know who won?
Oh God, here we go. We just want the number.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's my school, boy. If I'm a fan of a school, that's the one.
They are hype.
I have been hyping out y'all for I don't know how many years. Ever since they did that Angels and Demons show or whatever. You remember when they had the TVs on the back of the floor at the angle? This was before, I think after Igor's Riot.
Igor's Riot was wild.
Oh, that show was good too. They won that year too.
That show was.
I was all about that show.
Well, once you figured out what it was about, it was. Then you started seeing the connections. But
Insanity.
Yeah, we got a few people here that right now. Hey,
Oh,
we can
here they
talk
go.
about it for a little bit.
Here they go.
a tenth of a point.
Oh, Rhythm X is like, you. Was it Jay missing?
If it's one judge again,
Was it Jay missing?
Damn,
Oh,
Jay
God.
missing strikes again.
He got him. Look, Rhythm X got Rhythm X, Cedric.
Stop.
Got Rhythm X.
if it's one judge again,
Dude.
I would quit. I would quit.
Watch it be the same judge.
Oh, if it is, they might investigate him.
I don't
They
think I'm
point
lying.
shaming.
You think I'm lying?
Wow.
That's insane. Because
Meanwhile-
here's what I'm wondering: how does that even lock? Like, what are the odds?
99.165
3.
or 163. Excuse me.
What are the odds of 0.1 once you tally up your scores?
One of them people behind the curtain with the gloves on didn't extend their pinky finger fully.
Yeah.
That's it.
Good night, Sean.
Dude, Mystique ain't moved.
No.
Mystique
Ain't
get off the
cracked
floor.
a smile.
They not
Ain't-
clapping.
No.
No, even SCV will sway at least. God dang. I mean,
The story with the judge last year. If you look at you can go back and look at the recap from last year in world class. But basically, I think one judge had
one
Rhythm
caption.
X and one caption.
One caption.
Had Rhythm X like fifth,
Fourth or fifth,
or fifth
and it caused them to lose
when they
the
were
poll.
when they were top 2 in every caption, and without that caption, they would have beaten RCC last year.
Pulse.
Excuse me, they would have beat Pulse last year.
Damn.
Like X got to be like, bro, what do we gotta do? What we got to do? Like they in their heads, bro.
Bro, I said I'm staying out of national more.
Bro,
Damn.
hey man, don't talk to nobody from Mystique, bro.
No.
I was gonna call Matt and see if they won't be on the cast, but not now.
No.
I'm gonna give
I
them
wanna
about
let
like
that
6
one
months to
sit.
cool off.
Yeah. Yeesh.
Call them in October. Hey Matt, what y'all doing? You want to get on the podcast?
Hey, we wanted to
Talk about
ask
the-
you,
Talk about the 25 season? No? Okay, I'll see you
He'll
in
be like, what
2030.
season? What season? We don't talk about that season.
I'll come back in 2030.
Yeah, the scores are nuts.
Dude,
When they busted out, when 15th gets an 87.
you
Yeah.
already know.
First of all, shout out to Meraki for
Literally.
like your world class debut. You come out, make finals, and score 87. they did it. RCC needs to in Rhythmex needs to send Meraki a thank you letter.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of people don't understand when you're speaking on it, because it's the same thing in DCI. It's like you have to understand for scores to get that high, everybody
Yeah.
that is in that finals has to be on game. And no,
Go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say, and it's got to force the judges to say, you know what, I got to give them this.
Yeah, it's more about the spread, the gap between the numbers. The judges have two jobs: one, get the right order; two, get the right spread. So that's all they care about. Do they look? Do they have the boxes to put you in the right number range? That's what the boxes are for. But you get to a certain point to where if a group just comes out first and just throws down, speaking from experience a little bit, you got to give them the number, and you just hope you left room for somebody to be better.
Yeah, recaps are up. Pulse took 0.45 in penalties.
Damn.
Which
that
means
still wouldn't have put them in third though.
They got still recaps up quick.
No,
there's still a whole point behind.
Yeah,
Broken City.
they want to beat Broken.
Let's see here, man.
Damn. George Mason's visual effect.
Woo! Mystique took 8th in 8, 7, 9, 8, 7, 9, 8, 7, 8, 7, 7. No, 8, 7, 6. Those are the totals in each individual caption. Them getting 9th in one caption did not help.
Nope.
None of this helped. They basically said, this ain't it, Mystique. And y'all went on 5th to or 6th to last.
Wow.
No, it looks like X just. I mean, one judge they got 3rd in comp, but there's no way that one.
I'm here for it, Austin. He said MCM and X about to start their villain era.
Oh,
give it to me.
Mystique needs to quit playing around and come and do something completely ignorant. They got to stop playing around. And this is if they want to be top 3. Just speaking top 3. We ain't even talking about winning. Just be top 3. You need to come out and do something stupid. Ayala basically had it handed. Like they were ones across the board.
Wow.
Oh boy.
So X takes overall music. That's the only caption they got him in.
They got music, but they lost music effect.
Yeah, they lost every other caption overall. They were 2nd.
And visual, both visual, yeah. Insane, man. I get why
George Mason getting 5th in visual overall, 5th in visual effect.
That's what did it.
And one judge had him 4th in visual effect.
And 2 judges have him 4. Well, yeah.
Wow.
If that didn't happen, then Mystique would have stayed where they were. That one caption, of music effect or visual effect.
Yeah, because I mean that's
I think
half a point, just about right there. But even then,
I'm sitting here actually. I'm sitting here
No.
looking. I was like, man, I don't even know.
No. They didn't
That
beat
may
them in
not
any
have.
caption.
That
They
may
tie
not
with
have
them
gotten
in
me super
visual,
there.
but they didn't beat them in anything else overall. One
In
judge. One of the music
standing
judges had
name.
them ahead of them, but just barely.
Whew. You know what said? This might be even more of a reason why to have them on.
I mean,
Because now I just want to ask, man.
That might be a non-streamed conversation.
yeah, we'll have to talk about some stuff after we get off of here.
Wow.
Here's man. I mean, here's the thing. People, we've mentioned this on a smaller scale. Will with like our circuit, and we talk about, but Zach, you can relate to this because you went against these guys, but like there were groups that we looked up to that were like the standard,
Mm-hmm.
that we eventually wanted to beat and to do all those things, and now it's 15 years later, and those groups are either doing something else now or don't
Non-existent. Bless you.
thank you, or non-existent.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to stay on top because you got people that look up to you, and then eventually the folks that were under that system, the folks that were under that system that might have marched that group or marched those top groups, they've
Teaching
taken
other
that
folks.
knowledge, they're teaching other folks.
Yep.
And if you don't, and it's weird because I'm not saying they're not evolving and adapting,
Right.
but if this makes them angry, if they're disappointed, then you're going to have to start looking at design choices. This was not a playing issue.
This was. It's not a. This is sounding like I'm pointing fingers and blaming, but this falls mostly, in my opinion, on the staff. But
I mean, when Mystique is 0.05, just barely squeaking out ahead of Atlantic West in music,
that's a problem.
it's a problem.
Because that's like your.
And only
your
3/10. Yeah.
That's your cap. That's your
That's where they're usually.
beef. That's what you are. You are music. It's in your name. It's what you do. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
that's what we, especially me, love the most about you, or whatever. So when you see you hurt in, what brings you there, or what captivates you with this, it's like, whew. What's even more crazy? This ain't Mystique's first rodeo.
Mm-mm.
They've been seventh before. They've been in this spot actually a couple times. They've been sixth a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but they were 8th tonight, right? No, 7th. They ain't been 7th before.
You're there.
I'm looking right now. The lowest they've gotten is from what I see. Now this is also Wikipedia, so take your source with a grain of salt. The lowest I'm seeing them on this is 6, and that was Plastique. They haven't meddled.
What was? I can't think of the name of it. That might be correct then.
They haven't
thinking about-
meddled
You thinking about the
since.
superhero show?
Yeah,
It probably should have been lower.
yeah.
Superhero show.
First of all, I'm mad that you knew that, but
I knew exactly what you were talking about.
yeah, because we all knew that was another one. It's like, Mystique, what y'all doing?
But check it out. We were talking about some stuff earlier. We was talking about weaknesses and stuff like that. United Percussion, ninth in effect, ninth in visual effect, but 6 in music. So like they got hands.
Mm-hmm. We literally said that.
That's the design show. Matrix,
Literally, we said that.
opposite. 8th in music effect, 6th in visual effect, but
Mhm.
14th in music, 10th in
Insanity.
visual.
You cannot do that. If their visual package wasn't as good as it was, they want to jump Cap, right?
Yeah.
They got Cap. So yeah.
But your
Imagine how high of a caliber that is.
Here's the thing: effective start is 60% of your score, 30 for music effect, 30 for visual effect. Your show has got to be effective in some type of way to be successful.
Mm-hmm.
The cerebral game is really, really hard to pull off. Broken City has written a book on it.
Yeah, literally.
They have literally changed the game on how to do that. So now, if you're playing that game, you're being compared to them, and they're the best to do it.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing: music effect, Infinity was 5th, 4th and 6th by one judge, behind Broken City. Visual effect, not so much. They're 7th, but they played well. I mean, they were consistent. 5, 7, 5, 5. So, it's
Yeesh.
you have to do all the things well. You have to do all the things.
Because right now,
like Atlantic Quest, 9th in music, that's awesome. But 12th in visual, 12th in music effect, 13th in visual effect, and 13th in visual.
So here's what I'm looking at. So the last time they had like back-to-back down years, 2015, the game, they were 4th, and then next year they did In Bloom and were 5th. And then the year after that, they came back and got gold with Hand to Man. But then the year after that, they went down to 5th again. So they bounced back before, but this is 1, 2, 3.
it's tough.
3 years 3 years straight outside of the top 4.
What was the
4
show?
years straight now.
What was the show out there, Hand to Man?
Disciples.
So this is now 4 years in a row they ain't even been in the top 4.
Well, here's the thing: top 4 is just
Right.
ridiculous.
Well, when did Broken City come around?
Has Broken City been outside the top 4?
No. Yes.
The first year?
Maybe around the beginning of the year, but they broke top 5 their first year out. And they ain't been under 5th since. Like, first of all, you don't do that. Especially to 4 other groups who have been maintaining that top.
Broken City
For
came
years
around in
before you got there.
2016.
Said Broken City was 2016.
Yeah.
Tyler said they haven't been below 4th. I didn't think so. So now it's a matter of, because here's the thing: you used to have 2 different type of shows. You had your hype show, which our super aggressive drumming show, or you had well, sorry, you had your hype show or you had your super hyper aggressive show.
Yeah.
And now you got groups that are doing, we call it the Broken City show.
Like
you got that type of show.
pretty
The
esoteric,
pretty esoteric,
finesse.
You just gotta you gotta figure out what game you're gonna play and just do that and be really, really good. Like, I'm so happy. Now, here's the thing. I don't think this will happen. But God, you need a show like a George Mason show every now and then, or something.
Yeah.
Or something. I hate it because it feels like, and this is the same way that I feel about Marching Man. This is why it's so hard for me to pick music, because it's like I don't want to be like everybody else. Yeah. Because you get lost, and it's so easy to compare you to somebody else when you do that formula.
It's sickening, and the problem is deep down, there's kind of two factors. Everybody wants to be a finalist, and everybody wants a medal. And then the people are looking and seeing, what does it take for me to do that?
Yep, and they say,
and then they are forcing themselves to design like that.
This type of show is successful. We should do that. Like, no, why don't you just do
what
you do?
Yeah, because sometimes you're putting a square peg in a round hole.
Right.
And people don't seem to understand it, and then it gets so lost in the system, and then it's like, okay, well, who's really the ones being creative?
Yeah.
Because this is just too similar to what they did first, because they were the first we saw do it.
But does this make it better?
And here's the thing: who's mimicking Ayala?
Not a soul.
You know why? Because you can't.
Because ain't nobody can replicate that.
Because you can't.
You can't. Because if you try, you're gonna hurt yourself.
Yep.
Something gonna break.
Bryson, we kind of had this conversation earlier. He said it seems like Mystique does best when they have more intense shows like Hand to Man, Mantra, New Tribe. Yeah, we kind of talked about that earlier, about when they just kind of go all in and put all the chips in and really go for something.
Yeah. They need to take the governor off.
Because I like putting Mystique in the category with what we got with George Mason and what we talk about with Ayala and them. They'll do something off the wall.
Yeah. Mystique is a lot like RCC, and what I mean by that is they are chameleons. They can do different types of shows. I mean, you think you had this show this year, and then you had the Red Line last year, and then you have Plastic the year before that, and then you have River City Revival the year before that.
Yeah,
they can put on 4 different types. That's the beauty of Mystique. They can do that.
It's not like a rinse and repeat every year like some of these groups.
And I'll take that. I'll take and I'm glad you said it, because RCC is the same. They could.
Was it them that I said I've seen this before?
Yeah,
literally.
So I me personally enjoyed it. That's why we talk so heavily about George Mason. Why does this? It's like it is a necessity to have a group to do that, but we want groups who aren't afraid to do those shows to still be successful like they were.
Like the last show that I could think of that, and now this is I don't get to see every show every year, but like that I can compare and say that makes me think of something similar to what George Mason did. Might have to go back to Audio Theater when they did Night at the Museum. Like just talking about iconic, one that you don't forget. That was just a palate cleanser, like
and
that right there.
They made it, and after that, they have never been back in finals.
No,
but that was the year that they needed.
Yep, it's a perfect storm.
And that's the thing about it. For a scholastic group will try. I mean, Dartmouth does it every year, and then you'll get some high school groups. Who was the Browns? Was it Brownsburg? This year with the encore show, those type of shows where you can, you're drumming or playing world class stuff, but it's accessible to the audience.
Mm-hmm.
and you're doing whatever you need to do. Like, I can appreciate that, those type of stuff, and I like I said, I liked a lot of shows this year, and a lot of things were really really well done.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mhm.
man, George Mason made you feel something.
Yeah. Yeah.
It made you feel something. It made you react. You know.
Yeah, Steve, Encore was good. And Tyler, you right too. Like
Mm.
I kind of would throw X in the same boat that we were talking about mistaking them with. Because I've had this discussion with Sid, I don't know how many times. The reason why like Pulse was just veering from me so much because stuff was so similar year after year after year. And I wanted Pulse to not
Saints,
theoretically or literally go back to when they did um uh
uninvited.
Uninvited.
Mm-hmm.
But think about Uninvited. Sure, it didn't get gold, but are you kidding me?
Yep.
Like you took us somewhere. That was a whole storyline.
Yeah,
The
my favorite.
kids, the parents, the spirits, y'all did that. And then it's crazy because it's like you see these groups and it's like, what made you scared to do that again? Because you realized that don't win. Was that it?
I mean, my favorite post show was the year they won with Wait for It,
That too.
because every bit of that show was about.
Because the
Dude,
year, what was the name of the year with the blob? I forgot that show name.
I
Uh,
forgot the show name too, but it was good.
I know they
It was
played
so
"Don't
good.
Speak" from No Doubt.
I can't remember. I can't. Anyway, from then on, yeah, you can make a case for it.
Mm-hmm. That show was
Yeah,
stupid.
Tyler, I don't know if you heard that, but yes, you can make a case for X3P. Like most definitely could. They When did they move to Indy?
This year,
It was it just this year?
I'm pretty sure because remember the guy in our comment said that
Yeah.
because I didn't know.
Like that is they are trying to reinvent themselves, and it's working. It's working.
Yeah,
Like they were doing certain types of shows, and it may have looked like, because that maybe the direction, and it might have been COVID. I tell people all the time, COVID made, just as much as it made it some stuff weird, it actually made some stuff better.
Yeah.
I mean,
it
it,
helped. I'll say this: it helped a lot of groups that we may not be talking about.
yeah, that may have planned on coming out that year or something, and was like, maybe we need to take a step back. Uh, it's but they've made a lot of X has made a lot of good choices over the past 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of good choices.
The problem with it is like we said earlier, man, it's right show, right time, or wrong show, right time. It's just they keep doing the right shows, but god dang it, so apparently everybody else is too. And it's like, how do you even make that decision?
Right.
The Unspoken. That's right. That's the X show.
Tyler, listen. I have screamed at Cedric
Yeah.
about this 2000 post show and the 22 post show.
I'm not gonna. And now that I remember it,
Chino Hills.
this show kind of looks the same than that show.
Listen.
Is that the
Tyler,
one
I
where
have
all
had that.
where it kept saying "fly" over and over again?
And
No.
and you, Tyler, you know what's funny? If in you can make a case, I won't call it, but that same year Mystique got put out, they could have won that year. If they didn't win, I had them top 3.
Oh, the Soul Show.
Yep.
Oh, that show was fire. God,
That show
was fire.
Bananas. And COVID took it out. And I was so mad because you mentioned the whole thing with Pulse and everything, because everybody else, almost, not all, but almost everybody, even in DCI, the people who came out still tried to do something new.
Mm-hmm.
Now I gave credit to Phantom, because that was the boss. I enjoyed Phantom when they came out after COVID and did that remix. But you had a lot of groups who was just recycling what they couldn't do. So I gave props to the groups who still kept the creativity juices going even after that. But I'm telling you right now, like I'm not trying to say that Mystique would have won, but that show, it was finna be tough.
I was excited for it.
That was the year for Mystique, and I was so mad that they lost that. So mad that they lost that. But yeah, I had beaten Cedric's ear open with that post. Oh, I was so mad. I was like, did they just use the same floor but different colors?
Should they add an audience favorite category? No, and here's why. It'll be a popularity contest.
Mm-hmm. Don't do that.
That's the problem. With
just don't leave it fan favorite.
Yeah.
All the day.
Heart-shaped box was a good one. Like I said, our X has come up with some stuff. Usually, like for a while there, for me, X was like I either loved it or I hated it. It was one of those two. It was a never in between. And I think the shows that I didn't like from them were the shows that they very much intentionally trying to make it a hype show.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and they weren't trying to hide the fact that it was a hype show. Like those are typically the ones that I was just like, this ain't it. But the ones here lately,
Because listen, when X did Man in Arena,
boy,
that was brilliant. I was like, this is nice. And I was so mad they didn't win. But X has been like that for the longest I can remember, man. They just get right there. And something.
I mean, California's a buzzsaw, man. You gotta get, they're the final boss. You gotta get through them. And here's the problem.
And it's crazy because it never used to be like that.
There's 3 mini bosses.
It is.
And you gotta beat all 3.
It's terrible. Like, I do not like this game anymore. The AI is cheating.
I mean, X has the formula. They have it. They have the formula. But here's the thing, man. You look at it. George Mason's got a taste Here's the thing: will they lean into
That's
this?
all. That's all that matters.
Will they lean into this? And you're like, okay, because you've had groups that have done that. That's all they used to do with shows like Joe Mason. That group was Father Ryan and Scholastic,
Mm-hmm.
and they were always well received, and they always placed well.
And they've won. They won some.
Yeah, that was. So I'm wondering because I feel like independent world needs that, man.
They do.
They need you need the characters. Maybe not as much as like don't go as far as being like the Velvet Knights of WGI.
Right.
But
Right.
like these are a group that like, hey, we gonna watch the show, they gonna drum and they gonna have a good time.
Mm-hmm.
I think you need that personality in the group.
Because what's going to be tough for George is balancing the idea of how do we stay here but not lose what got us here,
Uh-huh.
but at the same time don't do what got us here.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can do that kind of show too much and then lose people,
Mm-hmm.
depending on how you do it, obviously. But it's a Zach can't hear you.
I think, yeah.
It reminds me of like
There you go.
you want to be careful because you don't want to do the same exact thing and carbon copy it, because look at SCV after they did Babylon, they came out with the
Yeah.
whatever, I don't even remember the name of that show, but it
Vox
was like they
Machina.
tried to do it
They
again
try to do it
and
again.
force it, and it didn't work.
And it's the same thing with Mystique. Mystique tried to do Disciples right after Hand the Man, which
Yeah.
was theoretically the same form, and
You can't.
didn't-
So
it
you
didn't
gotta
do
be
it.
careful. You gotta be
Yeah.
careful.
I mean, we say that, but Pulse and Chino Hills did the same show for 10 years in a row.
But the thing is, I think the difference in that is I don't want to call it right into the sheets, but they do that style
they
that
maximize it.
that
for
maxes out
Yeah.
all of that. And it's like BD, same thing.
Yep.
How many years did we complain about these props being the same? Can we get some
Yep.
color?
No,
And orange.
white ladders only.
Blue, please, somewhere. Your uniform blue. Can we, it's like depending on how you do that same thing or what that same format was matters, because you can't.
Well, here's the thing. But the reason why they can do that is because if you really think about it, if you strip the quotes, those shows sound the same. They're the same style of show. Like you're just putting a different. It's the same car. They're all Nissan Rogues. You're just putting a different coat of paint on it.
Mm.
It's going to drive the same. It's going to be reliable. It's going to do what it needs to do. And you just put a different coat of paint on it, different show title with different quotes and the pop song. With a show like George Mason, you have to change the car type. You can still have a light car. You can still have a sports car, but instead of a Corvette, it has to be like a Lamborghini. It has to be a different type of fun and light show. It can't be that stick again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That whole idea and everything got to be
and Father Ryan was great at that. Father Ryan was
because they went from
they did the Final Four show one year,
the Ballet basketball,
and then they did a football show.
Yeah.
Now I don't think the football show went across as well.
It didn't.
But then they did Don't Try This at Home.
Yeah.
The Show Must Go On.
Mm-hmm.
And these shows are over 10, 15 years ago, and I still remember because they were just that different. I can't tell you what beat them, but I remember those shows. So, like, there's ways that you can go about doing it. You have to be a little bit more creative. Dartmouth was that group. They weren't always light and funny, but their storytelling elements was outstanding. Like they did a really, really good job of that, and they played well too. So that didn't hurt. You know.
Ramus, the box 6 formula, man. In my opinion, I don't think they should have ever did it, or the idea should have even been creative, because Ayala was 100% right in it. The
Are you
judges system
referring?
and the judges that we have,
Are you referring to like box 6 as in the score sheet, or box 6 as in the production company?
yeah, that would make more sense. Because Pulse
Yeah,
is
yeah,
the
you're right.
creators of
Yeah,
box 6.
yeah, because their show will be on the website tomorrow.
Oh yeah, it's probably up now.
Yeah, the production company. Yeah, because it was successful and it won, and like we mentioned this earlier. Oh, this group did this thing and it did well. Let me
Yeah,
just buy this and use it
yeah.
for my group.
They get a lot of hits. There's a lot of groups that buy stuff from that.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it before. Turn around and be like, oh, I remember Chino doing that show.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's the thing, man. It's hard to just. I don't know. It's really hard because I think ultimately you want to win. Like I'm a competitive person. I like to win. It is too. But like I'm also smart enough to know, for me personally, like I can't do what they do. Like I can't write that way. I don't know if I want to teach that way. I can't do like I'm a concert group, so like I can't do what y'all was doing. I love it. It's great. It's fantastic. But I can't do what they're doing. So what can I do, and what my kids do that will make them successful in the end game? And I think people get lost in that. They're afraid to not do what's winning because they've never seen it win before.
Mm-hmm.
But Will, I don't know how much you've paid attention to concert class. You're seeing a lot more costuming nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
You're seeing a
I've
lot
been
more
telling you that. You seeing a lot of costumes, props.
props. You're seeing a lot more. You're hearing a lot more different types of music besides classical.
I was about to say that
You,
too. You're
you're
hearing lots
hearing
of voiceovers,
you're hearing more
sound
original
effects.
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Like it, and I've said that to you before. I was like, man, even concert, I was like, at some point they got to evolve.
Yeah.
And
No.
it's important to be that kind of change. And I've told you this before, and I said it's one of those things where you're not trying to. I'm not making claim that this has not happened before, but I told you a long time ago that I think that y'all really helped elevate the idea that we ain't got to do classical. We don't have to do this type of music no more and still be successful. And I had told you that before, because I was like, when you go out and you can medal and win without having to say, you're telling me I don't have to play some kind of Shostakovich or Beethoven piece or something, and we can be flashy, have voiceovers, and do all this, and I can still win in concert. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the thing. That's me. I was like, good music can be found anywhere. Tyler, man, appreciate it, bro. I hope you had a good time tonight.
Gateway Indoor, man. Look, I used to know some of the staff from Gateway.
Yeah, I remember Gateway.
That's fun.
Yeah, man. It's you can good music is good music. You can and it's everywhere. Like, and it's cool. Like I watched I watched a lot of A and Open. I didn't watch a lot of World this year, but like the top three groups did a mix of stuff. You had your classical, like I think uh, Muscle Shoals was fourth. They did Carmen, and then Campbell County they did Hammer Time, which they did a lot of different types of stuff, dealing with hammers and stuff like that. And then um, you know, was that
That was
Corona
creative.
Corona del Sol? Um, it's good music is good music, and if you can play it well and it can be arranged well, anything can be fair game. Like, I mean, I got at least 7 years left. You might hear a '90s gospel show out of me at some point. Just because there's so much good music in it, that we can find. Like I'm always trying to find something that hasn't really been done. North Forney and Tomble, yeah, those two. I guess Corona del Sol didn't go to World Season. Huh. Anyway, um, yeah, Tomble's show was really, really cool. I really like their show. They got a penalty. If they hadn't got that penalty, they would have won gold. But man, there's so much good music out there. So much good music out there. If it's cool and I think it'll work in a percussion idiom, I'm doing it. I don't care.
Kirk Franklin show, that'd be funny.
Seriously,
Stop.
man. Dude. I'm telling you.
Oh God.
I'm not
Makes me
scared.
wanna bump.
Call it Take Me to Church.
Dude, listen. There's so much good music in there that you can do. Like from a Kurt Franklin song that I really, really like that could work really well as a ballad. It's called He Loves Me. Boy, I would eat that up.
Performing their show, Sister Act,
Listen,
Part 2.5.
Sister Act part.
Can't cause.
Sister Act reform.
People will have a thought when we start, and then we'll be there. But no, man. I mean, like I said, man. That's one reason why I like Blue Coat so much, because they are willing to go out and find something that just is obscure.
Ain't nobody heard of,
and then put it in the show. But it works for what they want to do.
Yeah.
Like I had a kid, one of my former students, Charles Katie, text me at 2 a.m. in the morning. Was like, hey, listen to this song. I was like, Katie, it's from Minecraft. I'm like, Katie, I'm not doing no
You know, I still got that song on my phone.
I'm not doing no music from Minecraft. Man, I listened to that and I was like, this works perfect. This will be perfect for our show. And it was our second team. It did exactly what it needed to do. You can find great music anywhere. So, yeah. But yeah.
It's a balance, man, because I agree with what Seth said a while back. At the end of the day, we're all doing this. So to say that some part of you is not competitive, to say that some part of you don't want to really win, get a medal, blah, blah, so on and so forth, it'd be kind of crazy to say that.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I don't think I would ever sacrifice being different or creative or going out of the box to do something that wouldn't be seen as a first place show, if that makes sense. If I'm wording it, it's almost like you look at the movie industry.
Mm-hmm.
It's like how many more movies are we gonna keep going back in time with? They done how many live action Lion Kings? It's like, come on, y'all. It's like we keep remaking everything instead of building something new or creating something new.
There's two shows we took a risk on, whether we knew it or not.
Yeah.
The late night show, that was a risky show because nobody had done it. We didn't know how to do it.
Yeah. True.
We just kind of did it in the Boston Strong Show.
Yeah. And I haven't seen that show been done ever since.
Nobody. I don't
I
think
haven't seen
anybody
nobody done it. I've literally, because I have been waiting since that day, and I have no recollection of anybody attempting that show or that idea.
And we did them, and they were both fine. Now we drummed way better in Boston Strong, but yeah, exactly. That's exactly, Steve. We want to win, but we're going to be. We want you to be if you're going to beat you, we want you to be at your best. We don't want to beat you because your kid fell and broke his leg and 13 props fell over. Like, we don't want to beat you that way. Like, and that's the thing. But I think about those two shows, and the coolest thing about those two shows, because like we went to the regional with both of those shows, and I think both of those shows we finished.
Yeah, we did.
Dead last or next to last or something.
Yeah.
We finished in the bottom at both of those shows. But the amount of people that came up to us after those two shows, it was just like, I'm so glad you did this. Like, your show is so cool. Like, this show is so cool. Like, to me, it's just like, well, that's
the reward, bro.
That's what matters, man. When people recognize you for what you do, you know,
because it's no slap to anybody, but I tell people all the time, unless you're a super duper hardcore fan of a certain group, you got to ask yourself, how many shows do you remember of them?
Yeah.
Because I ask myself, I like BD, but I don't have BD knowledge. I don't have remembrance of too many BD shows, and it's not because they're not good in general. They're not that memorable just to me personally. But I could almost go down a list for Madison Scouts. It's just me. I can go down a list to SEV. I got so many shows from these groups, and it's like, man, I don't know. It's like a battle to balance that, you know.
Exactly, Steve. Exactly. If people remember you and like what you did, ultimately, that's the dub. You know, because the audiences are paying to see you perform. They don't care they don't really care how well you're drumming or how well you're playing. They just want you to put on a good show, entertain them, and we've been that group on both sides of it. We've been the entertaining group that people remember, and we haven't been to be the group sometimes that wins. Like, you know, it's ultimately at the end of the day, it's an art. So you gotta either do well on the score sheet or do well in the hearts of the audience. And if you can do both, you're doing something right.
And it's tough. It's tough to do both.
It is. RCC won the show tonight, but Mason won Hearts.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
And it's crazy because I think people are going to remember both.
Mm-hmm.
But George is going to get remembered way more. You can bet that. Because I ain't going to forget this RCC show because they just done some unimaginable things this year in the show. But that George show going to live in my brain rent-free for I don't know until I'm done.
Oh, yeah? Oh. Bryson said thanks, Will.
What happened? 2015. I posted that?
Wow. Is that where were you, like 2?
In 2015? I was in college.
And it was a high school show too?
Not to be nosy, but what high school did you go to?
About to say, got me sent a picture.
Like, are these like? I wonder if some of these people like we should know that we've taught or something, and like. We just don't.
Listen, man.
You've been doing this a while.
I've been around the way. I've been on these streets with these schools. I've probably taught more schools than people should be allowed to. Mount
Oh, Mount Juliet
Juliet.
2015.
Okay. I'm about to say it had been something I was in there person. Because I was a ninja with it. I'd be in the thing like this.
Yeah.
I done got so many DCI shows.
Was that 10 Man that year?
It might have been 10 Man.
Mm-hmm.
I might even have it on my phone.
How do you still have videos of?
Listen, though.
Back in the ghetto days when they had regionals at Western, that would make my life a lot easier. If they still did. That's okay. SCGC's there for now. I don't know how long it's gonna stay there, but
Yep.
hey,
Neverland.
gotcha.
Yeah. Yo, I like that show.
And I don't
That
know.
mother say, Rufio.
Rufio.
Listen, they had the kid too with the red hair. With the red hair too. Yeah.
I think it was actually you, Bryson, talking about a group that kind of just are struggling or kind of stagnant. Now Julie kind of went through that for a little bit.
Yeah.
They were world class. They were on top of the world, and then I don't know what happened. I wasn't there, but I mean, I know they had a wins group, and then they came back out, and over the past, I think 3 or 4 years, they've climbed back up to world class. So a lot of things happen to groups. Director changes do things to groups that people don't realize sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Staff changes and all just design changes. People who's writing music or writing drill.
Yeah.
Went from 6th to 14th to 19th to open to 8th.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So like it's to have that consistency. We're used to seeing Mystique in the top 4, 3 or 4, but it's like you said, it's just hard. People get better. I mean, we got better. Like
it's supposed to, man, and it's the name of the game, and it's just shocking because they've done this and been there that long and blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, you want this growth.
Yeah,
you want these other groups to get that shine, to get those. I've been screaming it for I don't know how many years for DCI. I mean, think about it. Look at the Cavaliers. What? Like, are you kidding me? It's like it's just about time.
Yeah. Phantoms trying to sneak back up.
They trying to get back. They're gonna.
Mandarins are
I'm about to say they're gonna mess around, let Mandarins get a taste, and it's gonna be some mad folks.
It's
the Carolina Crown. They had to crawl up there. They didn't just start.
And we talk about formula a lot. Carolina Crowns were some of the best storytellers in the game.
Oh man!
But does that storytelling box you in and not allow you to be? For me, Blue Coats in Boston. There are 2 shows, not only innovative, and 2 completely different styles. And I'll throw Phantom in there this year. Not only that, but it allowed them to show expression.
Yeah.
Way more than Crown could. Crown was so controlled. It was like watching the symphonic orchestra on a marching band field. But ultimately, that effect caption, you got to feel something. You got to feel something. And because now everybody is doing the same athletic horn book that Crown is doing, it's nothing special anymore. it's impressive. People still like it, but now everybody's doing it.
That's why I said I was so hyped for Rhythm X, but they might be looking out too, because folks is gonna catch up to that front.
Here's what I'm gonna say. I think for me, the difference between X and RCC was the battery.
Yeah,
I think RCC's battery was better than I think RCC's battery outplayed X's battery more than X's front outplayed RCC's.
yeah, that's true.
And I don't even know honestly if I can say that RCC's X's front outplayed RCC's front. They're two different type of books. Um, it's close. There's some really 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 nice stuff in the X's front book. Really 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 nice stuff. So I don't know. It's a lot. It's man. The activity is such a cool activity. It just is. It just is. Because here's the thing: that same conversation that we're having right now about the top 5 or 6, we could be having about the middle 5, and be just as equally as passionate about it. Uh, because like these up and comers, like George Mason, a point behind Infinity. That's pretty nice. And now you've beaten Mystique, so you know you can do it. United Percussion, uh, point 0.7 behind Mystique. So and then I mean,
Bryson, it's tough. When it's indoor, your thought process should be to want to rehearse indoors, because that's literally where all the activity takes place. Because when you get them outdoor ears and then have to transfer that to arenas and indoor, it ain't the same.
No, because you got all that boom and all that bounce back and stuff.
Yeah,
Whereas outside, it just goes. It ain't coming back at you.
yeah.
and
If you can
If
play clean
anything,
outside, I think you can play clean inside if you can play clean outside.
yeah, and
Uh,
then
then
you got to think about how the drums are tuned, because inside they're going to be, a
because
lot different than you are
audio
outdoor.
levels and a whole lot of stuff comes to play, because it's going to be difficult to get your sound system audio in a decent spot to where you can move less of the EQs and stuff
I,
from outside to inside.
I'm gonna go a different route. I think the advantage of being able to play outside in the winter is you always have a rehearsal spot. You never have to cancel rehearsal. Because I would be willing to bet those guys have the gym as a backup.
Yeah.
So you always get to play. You're always gonna have rehearsal. Outplayed or out of range? Man, that's a fantastic question. I don't know. I don't know, and it's a valid question too because 40% of the music score is composition. So that
I'm
is,
gonna have to say arrangement.
which I think is what, honestly, that's what I mean, I hate going back to an old dog, but I think the battery arrangement, even though they had hands,
I think it's the arrangement.
I just think the way the show was arranged for Mystique is what hurt them. And I think X had those battery moments, those full battery moments and section moments, but RCC just it was just on display the entire time.
Literally. And I ain't gonna lie, RCC attempted some stuff this year I ain't never seen in the battery.
Yeah.
I mean, music
Yeah.
and visual.
I mean, they move well. They move so well. And that's the thing too. Mystique usually moves well too.
I think they did. I don't think anything they did
Was
wasn't the
bad.
Mystique way. You're right, right. It wasn't bad. It wasn't like it wasn't professional. It was still top notch.
I mean, I was
Wasn't
watching
anything
them.
fancy about it.
I there
I,
was no wow factor.
right.
Because you
went.
a lot of times I think Mystique. When I think about them, I think they are hauling ass.
Mhm.
At some point in that show, they are gunning it.
Yep.
They, I think when they went, I think going on after George Mason did
Stripped
not
them out.
did not help.
George had the whole crowd,
Mhm.
They eat
and
it
I
out
give
the palm of their hands.
I give it to him. When Mystique came out, they got some cheers,
Yeah,
and they got some cheers during the
people,
show.
people like Mystique.
They do
Yeah.
like, and it's, you know what it's like. It's like when Scouts finally got into finals, which I pray they can do it again this year. But when they got in the finals, listen to the crowd was excited. Same thing when Troopers made finals.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, y'all, we love y'all, and we're glad that you're here, finally, or whatever. And you're going to get that respect. So it's never about hate or nothing like that. But
Yeah, I think the difference between DCI and WGI crowds is our old heads. Let's say old heads
that part, yeah,
is because WGI folks respect the folks that were on top, but they understand when it's not a it's like they're like, oh, well, they got beat, but they got beat by a better group. DCI's like, there's no way the blue coach should have won or Boston should have been second because it's not what they're used to seeing.
Mm-hmm.
WGI they appreciate it. They're like, yeah, I'm rooting for these guys, but man, you can't deny what you just saw from these other groups. Um, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I I was so worried about that when I saw that they were going on when they finished sixth in prelims and had to go on after George Mason. I was like, I said, I
that's
don't
the
know,
problem.
I don't know how this is going to end. But man, to say, and we sat there and watched it. I think, Steve, to answer your question, I think it is I think it was an outer range.
Yep.
Because how are you going to sit here and say that George Mason played better than Mystique?
I can't even agree with
Those
that.
those words to
If we're talking for real, no.
like
I'm going to give George Mason a bunch of bukus for how they arranged that show because it flowed so nicely that I wasn't feeling like I was struggling or forcing myself to have to pay attention or whatever.
yeah.
Everything was just written really nicely. But if we're talking composition wise and difficulty and stuff like that, Mystique's book is more difficult than George Mason, and I think Mystique achieved it better. But there's a lot of factors that were missing.
But they beat him in music.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the
That's what I'm
insane
saying, though. That's what I'm saying.
that's the insane part. And like I know those two music judges. Like it they didn't like how that show was musically designed.
No.
And I really think the concept boxed them in on what they could do. They were trying so hard to get across the parasite aspect of it and the jitteriness and it just kind of it I think it killed the musicality. The possible musicality that they were so known for.
I would too.
Yeah, I ain't trying to do nothing after Avon. I'm not trying to go to lunch after Avon. Like I don't want to do.
Mm-mm.
Like it don't matter what we're talking about.
Like how
If you
dare
say Avon's name, I don't want to go after it.
like how dare you eat that sandwich that well? Like what is peeling bananas? We can be world class banana peelers. Like what are we doing? But yeah. But nah, it's the thing, man. And that's us. There's so many factors. What if Infinity had went on after George Mason?
My theory is if those placements never changed, it wouldn't have changed in final. And then I would have been worried because I don't think X or RCC would have popped them numbers.
Yeah.
Because that means you're saying that MCM show was that good.
Yeah.
It was deserving to be fifth. It blah blah blah. But I told you all beginning, mid season, close to the end of the season. I had an issue with Mystique not even breaking 90 until Circuit Championship. You can't do that.
You got a point there.
Well, fellas, I think I'm about to roll.
I'm literally about to fall asleep at this desk. I done flew across the country today.
Yeah, I'm about to say, you still probably get on some jet lag.
Yeah. Well, everybody, thanks for coming in. If you hit the like button, appreciate it. If you hit the sub button, appreciate you.
Yeah, tell your friends.
Tell
if
a
you
friend.
came in and just talked, we're not done. We might. I mean, even though we kind of did one tonight anyway, we're probably we might do a recap of finals night. Kind of talk about the stuff. We got a couple of people that we might add to the conversation.
Talk.
Yeah.
Steve, we appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
Some react.
All y'all who come out, support, watch our videos, share videos, anything. Just interested in anything we got to say.
Yeah, for real. I know me and Will and probably try to get Zach in on a few of these. We'll do some like reacts to some of the shows from this past year and give some feedback on it, and try to keep things interesting as we get ready to get into this lull before DCI.
Mm-hmm.
And we might do a couple of podcasts, just kind of talking, because we like to talk. I mean, we just sat here and talked for about an hour.
Probably could have. If this was a different time frame,
yeah,
we'd have closed down the earth, because we close down restaurants all the time.
Right. They busted out the vacuums and everything, looking at
Excuse me,
us.
can y'all please leave? No.
Yeah. No,
if y'all gonna sit there, at least roll these napkins.
Yeah, we got you. So
come back here and wash these dishes.
Just back there with a hairnet on, talking about, man, and you know what?
We cooked this food real quick, but yeah, we appreciate you guys. Like I said, this is fun for us. This is what we'll be doing anyway if we all lived in the same area. I mean, me and Zach live in the same area.
Yep.
I used to, but
yeah,
I decided to life for some reason.
Across the earth.
He hates us.
Yeah, but
it's
anyway, thank you guys. Keep in touch. On the back hash on all our socials: Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and all that good stuff. And I know some of you guys follow us individually, and that's cool too. So really hard to find. So.
Yeah.
All right, y'all take care. Get some sleep.
Y'all have a good night too.
Do not get a penalty. Do not get a penalty.
Oh God! All right, see you guys later. Peace. Oh my God! I just streamed for 8 hours.
It's like, yeah,
How do those people on Twitch do it?
we're not even getting paid. Damn it.